Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to know a little bit what's going on.
Try to find seats that will fill in all the rows. So take a look around. The area in the far northwest corner is reserved for non-resident participants. Okay, we're going to start in about 45 seconds. Ooh, that was a quick 45 seconds. Hey. Welcome to the annual town meeting of the town of Yarmouth, April 28th, 2026. My name is Ken Muty. I'm the town moderator. A couple formalities. The town clerk reports that the warrant was duly posted in accordance with state law and Yarmouth bylaws. So we have a good-sized audience tonight, and we're very happy to see everybody here. We'll get into some of the logistics in a couple minutes because there are a few things that we need to talk about. But before that, I'd like to start the meeting with probably the most important thing that we do, which is I'm going to stand up and walk over to the flag, and we're going to recite the Pledge of Allegiance together. And then I'd like you to remain standing as Maxine Allen, a sophomore at Dennis Yarmouth Regional School, will sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave
Well, thank you. That's our future, folks, and it's a good one. If anybody was, I heard all the singing, and if anybody was looking at me, I hope you weren't, but if you were and you noticed I wasn't singing, it's for a very good reason. Let's just touch base upon a couple of the logistics before we introduce the people on the stage. I wanted to just acknowledge a couple things. One, the usual thing, if you have an amendment, the amendment must be put in writing. I think everybody's probably aware of that, but if there are, and we will help you if you need to do that. Tradition here is to take a voice vote, and we will continue that tradition. However, tonight we have 6 or 7 votes that require a 2/3 majority. So for those particular articles, we're going to ask a standing vote. And when you do vote, it's very important, especially with a sizable audience like this, to make sure you hold up your card. Like I say, with the 2/3 vote, we'll need to stand up. Let me begin with, again, we have a number of important articles. We all want to be efficient, and I always start our meetings by saying I believe in the two C's, which is efficiency and democracy, meaning we want everybody to have an opportunity to express their views and ask questions that has one. We also want to be as efficient as possible, including when you're stating a position, to try to have something that's a little bit not been said several times previously. We all know we speak to the topic under discussion. The subject has to be pertinent to the article or the motion, we have a number of non-residents who don't vote but are more than welcome to participate and listen, but not speak. So let me begin by introducing the folks behind me. Our counsel, Jay Tallerman, his associate, and I had it written down.
Kayla Benchkauskas.
I have it written down and I lost it. Yeah. Yes, Kayla. Just from now on, Kayla. We have Liz Argo, Select Board Member, Joyce Flynn, Mark Forrest, Dorcas McGurran, Tracy Post, Bob Rittenauer, and Amy Frugialetti, which is tougher than Wenslowskis. Next to me is Mary Maslowski, the town clerk. And I'm gonna turn to Richard Simon to introduce, Richard's the chairman of the Finance Committee. I'm going to ask Richard to introduce the Finance Committee.
Good evening, everybody. To my beside me, Jennifer Mullen, who is the town's beside me is our town's finance director, Jennifer. I'm like right on it. It's on. Can I get a mic check on that? Can you hear me now? There we go. Hey. Good evening, everybody. This evening, I'm joined on the dais by our finance director, Jennifer Mullen. Beside her, John Anderson. Our vice chair, George Perkins. Rafael Gutierrez is next to him. Robert Harding and Nate Ladley. Missing from the dais tonight is our other member, Alyssa Mullen, who is at home with her newborn. So, but that's our finance committee.
Thank you. Before we get to the formal proceedings in the article and the reading of a statement by Chairperson Tracy Post, I guess I'd just like to acknowledge the Mass Moderators Association has asked us all to recognize the importance of the 250th anniversary of the Constitution of the United States of America. And while we will do that and are doing it, I think you'll all have plenty of time to celebrate that between now and the 4th of July. But as I was thinking about it, I said to myself, there's a little dot on the map of the United States of America of a town that's actually older than the Constitution, and it's the town of Yarmouth. And Yarmouth, I've mentioned to this group before that I always lived in cities until I moved to Yarmouth full-time a number of years ago. And a town is really, another term for a town is community. And one of the characteristics of community is support, help, and understanding of those people that you don't know. And in my experience, as a proud American and a proud member of the town of Yarmouth, is I think Yarmouth is what America means. And by that, just think about in the past several years, the things that this town as a community has done in just the recent past. Think about the support and love that we all had for a young police officer who was killed in the line of duty. Just think about the help that we've given hungry people through our town food pantry. Just think of the support, the aid, and the education to strangers from foreign lands sent to Yarmouth for safety, shelter, and education. Just think about the heroic response to a tragic construction accident just last year. And most recently, in the opening of our doors to people from out of town, as well as our own town, for food, warmth, and shelter who lost heat and power during the recent blizzard. I think this says it all about our town. And I think right now I'm looking at a very representative group of people who represent that warmth, kindness, and support and community, helping those who you may never even encounter in person, but recognize that the town itself needs to surround them with love, warmth, and support. So and that does not even take into account the day-to-day interactions that no one sees. And so again, speaking for myself, but for the town, we should be very proud of that. And the term is often used to recognize our strong military and first responder community, but I want to thank you for your service to the community. So thank you. Now, I'd like to move on to, I guess, the main reason you came here today, which is the town meeting warrant. And I'll turn it over to Tracy Post.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Yarmouth Select Board, welcome to the 2026 Yarmouth Annual Town Meeting. On the warrant tonight, we have 29 articles for your consideration, most of which are financial in nature, the necessary items to continue our programs and services and provide for the capital needs of the town through the end of next fiscal year, FY 2027. Some of these capital items for your consideration are quite important and impactful for our town. This is also a very important year for our budget and programs and services. This year, the town is proposing 2 override votes to support the operation of our educational system. For the Dennis-Yarmouth Regional School District, continued rising costs and less than optimal state aid numbers have created the need to go beyond the restrictions of Proposition 2.5. For the Cape Cod Regional Technical School, a spike of 31 new Yarmouth students for FY 2027 drives the enrollment-based formula beyond what is possible to fund with the 2.5% increase. I'd just like to thank our staff and our department heads for keeping our municipal budget within Proposition 2.5. Highlights of our capital program this year include proposed debt issues for a new library and for the rehabilitation of our septic facility. All of the items on our warrant are critical to our town operations and cannot be completed without your active participation. Thank you all for coming to this important event and participating in our annual town meeting. Your involvement in our government is vital, and your time and commitment to our town is very much appreciated. I would like to also thank Maxine for singing our national anthem at the beginning of our meeting, as well as I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Ken Muddy. Ken is not running for re-election as our moderator, and this will be his last meeting moderating for our community, and we just would like to, on behalf of the Select Board, thank you for your service. I move Article 1 as printed in the warrant. The Select Board recommends unanimously.
The Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Yes, the purpose of this article is to fund any budget shortages for the current year. The supplemental funding for snow and ice is needed to cover the costs associated with several long-duration road treating events.
Try this one. Questions, comments? Okay, we ready to vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Straighten this out. Article 2.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm required to read a lengthy motion for Article 2 to identify for the record the funding sources of various line items in this article. The motion will be on the screen, so you may follow along. I move the various sums under the column headed FinCom FY 27 be appropriated for their respective purposes and to fund such article with funding from taxation, local receipts, and the following appropriations and transfers. To transfer the sum of $8,000 from Wetlands Protection Fund to CD1 Community Development Wages. To transfer the sum of $35,000 from Waterways Improvement Fund to CS3 Natural Resource Wages. To transfer the sum of $70,000 from Ferry Tax for CS3 Natural Resource Wages. To transfer the sum of $2 million from Ambulance Reserve for Appropriation to PS5 Fire Department Wages. To transfer the sum of $275,000 from Ambulance Reserve for Appropriation to DS1 Debt Service. To transfer the sum of $100,000 from PEG Access Fund to MO1 Information Technology Wages. To transfer the sum of $120,000 from the Recycling Fund to PW12 Sanitation Expenses. To transfer the sum of $50,000 from the Gifford Cemetery Fund to PW15 Cemetery Wages. To transfer the sum of $50,000 from Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund to PW15 Cemetery Wages. To transfer the fund $15,000 from Cemetery Sale of Lots Fund to PW15 Cemetery Wages. To transfer the sum of $413,000 from Community Preservation Fund to DS1 Debt Service. And to raise and appropriate the sum of $51,234,811 for a total appropriation of $54,370,811 for Article 2.
Second.
Motion's been seconded. Select Board?
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends 4-0.
Do we need an explanation? If not,
Yep. This article funds the town's operating budget. which covers employee salaries, benefits, and other town operating expenses. At the direction of the Select Board, this budget is balanced, affordable, within the perimeters of Proposition 2.5, and provides the best possible service and facilities to the town. The Finance Committee has reviewed this budget in detail.
So in your warrant book, we try to do this as efficiently as possible without reading every single line item. In your warrant book, beginning on, I think it's, well, page 9, I guess, you have every line item of every, pretty much every sublimit of departments. Take about a minute and a half to look through these and ask to hold discussion on any of the items, otherwise we will vote on one grand total of 50 of the motion, which was $54,370,811. Take a look through this. Comments, questions as you go through. Hearing none. All in favor of Article 2, raise your card and say aye. Aye. All opposed. The motion carries. Article 3.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I move Article 3 as recommended by the Finance Committee.
Select Board,
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
explanation.
This article is the operating budget for the Golf Division and funds employee salaries, benefits, and other golf operating expenses. This year's budget is funded entirely by golf fees and other revenue generated by the Golf Division.
Questions? Comments? Hearing none. All in favor of Article 3, raise your cards.
Aye.
All opposed? The article carries, looks like unanimously. Article 4.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move Article 4 as recommended by the Finance Committee.
Do I hear a second? Second. Article 1 second. Select Board,
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 4-0.
explanation.
Yes, sir. This article is the operating budget for the Water Division, which funds employee salaries, benefits, and other operating expenses. The Water Division operates as a distinct special revenue fund, much like golf and septic operations, and is fully funded by water fees.
Questions? Comments? Okay. All in favor? Raise your card. All opposed? The motion carries. I should have pointed out, by the way, we haven't had any yet, but the microphones, there's microphones in the back there, microphone up here, 2 on this side. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 5 as recommended by the Finance Committee.
And seconded. Select Board,
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 4-0.
explanation.
This is the operating budget for the septic treatment plant, which is an enterprise fund. The costs are fully covered by fees charged to contractors that dispose of septic waste at the plant. This enterprise fund, like Golf and Water, is fully supported by revenue.
Questions, comments? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Article 6.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 6 as recommended by the Finance Committee.
Select Board
Select Board recommends unanimously.
and Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Explanation.
This article is the operating budget for the wastewater division and funds employee salaries, benefits, and other wastewater operating expenses. This year's budget is funded entirely by Wastewater Stabilization Fund.
Any questions, Comments?
I'm just gonna yell, because I don't think I could get down and back.
Ma'am, you need to go to
We-
a
we can
microphone.
wait.
Unfortunately, we'll have to wait.
We can wait.
Gonna wait for me to come down?
Yes.
Hold on, just stay right there.
He's going to bring you a microphone.
Yeah.
I see him coming.
Stay right there.
Thank you, Paul.
Kim Berner, District 1. It's funded this year. What happens next year?
This is,
I can answer that question. Thank you for your question. That this represents just the fiscal year 27, so it's the period this coming July 1 through June 30th. At the annual town meeting, 1 year from now, we'll entertain the amounts required for the subsequent year. So each year, it has to be voted separately. And just to give you a little background, we are in construction for the wastewater facility. The costs at this point are ramp-up costs, and we'll see those growing over the next several years and then stabilizing at an amount to operate the new plant, which will open up in 2028.
okay. Any further questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Rittenauer. All in favor of Article 6? Raise your card. All opposed? The motion carries. Article 7, Mark Forrest.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 7 as recommended by the Finance Committee.
Seconded. Select Board.
Mr. Moderator, this is the operating budget for the, I'm sorry,
Recommend.
we recommend 5-0.
And Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Okay, now the explanation.
Thank you. This is the operating budget for the Cable Television Communications Special Revenue Fund. In this division oversees the cable television programming for the town and supports all town communications. The costs are fully supported by the funds available in the Cable Special Revenue Fund.
Any questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Article 8, Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District Budget. Motion will be made by the school.
I move the town raise and appropriate the amount of $45,876,430 to fund the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District budget for FY 2027. And further, to raise and appropriate an additional amount of $1,481,348 to fund such budget, with such additional amount being subject to approval of an override of Proposition 2.5 under Massachusetts General Law 59, Section 21CG. Would be an operating budget for FY 2027 of $45,020,623, a capital budget for FY 2027 of $2,337,555, a total certified budget FY 2027 of $47,358,178.
Motion is made and seconded. Select Board.
The Select Board recommends 4 approving and 1 abstention.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends 6-1.
Explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Tomas Tolentino, and I am the proud chair of the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School Committee. I would like to first begin by thanking the elected and appointed officials for the town of Yarmouth, along with all of the staff that work for the town, for the helping the school committee and school district bring this budget to town meeting floor. The school committee has worked hard to provide its nearly 3,000 students and families with a budget that ensures a strong school district for the next year and beyond. We know that healthy schools build healthy communities, and that Yarmouth deserves an excellent school system for its children. The committee also understands its responsibility to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar, and as such, approved an operating budget increase of 4.223% from last year. Our school district has an outstanding academic program offering 32 AP courses at our high school, as well as a robust dual enrollment program with Cape Cod Community College and Mass Maritime, producing students that attend the top colleges in the country. Additionally, our school district is designed to meet the needs of each learner who crosses the threshold. As such, we offer a diverse set of programs offering to meet the needs of students with special education needs, English language development needs, housing and food insecurity, mental health challenges, as well as offering unique enrichments like a competitive robotics team, esports, and a farm-to-table hydroponics elective. DY has a fantastic arts program that begins in our elementary school and expands as students progress through our school district. Students in our high school enter their 2- and 3-dimensional art in national competitions. Our marching band, winter percussion, and color guard compete at the state and national level. And our middle and high school music ensemble programs fill this room and the high school auditorium for community concerts regularly. Additionally, almost half of our high school students participate in our interscholastic athletic program. In the last calendar year, over a dozen of our high school teams qualified for tournament play. Additionally, DY has the state champion field hockey team. In short, DY is a school district that creates opportunities for every student to find their path to excellence. Focused work on K-5 math achievement in the last few years has resulted in an increase of 10 percentage points in student achievement on the state assessment in these grades. We will be building upon this success next year and expanding to address reading and writing with this proposed budget. Finally, DY is and will continue to be an integral part of this community. This was never more apparent than during the week of February 23rd, when a winter storm crippled a significant portion of Yarmouth and our surrounding communities. Dennis Yarmouth High School served as a regional shelter that at its peak was serving over 250 people on a day. It was the DY maintenance and grounds crew that worked tirelessly to open the building throughout the storm and to keep it open. It was the DY food service team that came in during the storm and set up a warm food service, 3 meals a day, for shelter residents. And it was the DY school nurses that stepped up when the county volunteer nurse system broke down to ensure that shelter residents got the care they needed. It was DY staff and students who came in and broke down the shelter on Friday so that school could reopen the next week. This is all because of the commitment that DY has to the 2 communities that make up our region. We are your school district. We ask for your same support and commitment as you consider this article. And Dr. Smith has a few slides for a presentation as well.
Thank you. I'm Mark Smith, Superintendent of Schools for the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District, and going with one of your C's for efficiency. I'm going to try to move through this as quickly as possible. Just want to run through just some of the information that supports the school district's budget. So the school, as the chair mentioned, the school district or the school committee built a budget built upon 3 shared values: that healthy schools equal healthy communities, that the 2 towns that make up DY deserve excellent schools, and that the school district and the school committee should be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. It is with that they put forward a total budget just under $83 million. This is, however, a reduced service budget. That term means that the school district will not be providing the same services next year that they do this year. If you think about it from a municipal standpoint, imagine the dump's open 7 days a week. That's the standard service you're used to. A reduced service would mean next year it's only open 5 days a week. School district's going to have some similar version of that next year with this budget if the override passes. That includes in this budget 13 staff reductions that in the budget that would include the override. Next slide, please. That is driven by some major cost drivers. I'm going to just highlight 3 of them. One, the top one is health insurance. We all buy largely from the same health insurance. Us, the town of Yarmouth, the town of Dennis, most of the school districts on the Cape all get our health insurance from the same place. That is going up by 8% next year. The next one I want to draw your attention to is the next one down, out-of-district special education costs. As a public school, we're responsible for educating every single child that comes to the school district. Some of those children have such unique needs that we cannot educate them in DY. They need to go to specialized schools. Those costs are shown there on the graph on the right. The blue on the bottom is the cost of the tuition. The orange stacked on top is the cost of transportation to get them to and from those locations. And the little, I don't know, magenta number on the top that's more of a line, that's the number of students over time. The number has gone up, but so has exponentially the cost. Tuition in particular to these particular schools continues to escalate. I was just at meetings right before the April school vacation where we got cost increases at 3 of the schools at over $100,000 to each of those schools for students that are going there. We have no control over that. And the last one I want to draw your attention to is about, well, it's the third one up from the bottom, McKinney-Vento transportation. That's going up 338% for next year. That's driven by 3 factors. McKinney-Vento transportation is for students who are unhoused, otherwise known as homeless. We are required by federal law to transport those students regardless of where they live. They have a right to come back to their school of origin. So that means if they started in DY and they move somewhere else and they're unsheltered, or the other way around, they still have right to go to their school of origin. And we have to provide transportation. So one, we've under budgeted that. We currently in this fiscal year have $190,000 budgeted. We are currently, I just checked, we are running at $830,000 in current running for that. So we need to obviously boost that for next year. 2, the number of students continues to escalate. Every year it has doubled. The number of students that meet this category, we're up to 260 students this year that fit into this category. And then the third piece is the cost of this transportation. There is essentially nobody on Cape Cod that provides this service. It is a high demand, low supply market. So the cost for this transportation goes up. Most of the time we have to find somebody off Cape to drive on Cape to provide the service. Next slide, please. The other side of the coin is monies that come into the school district, revenues. Our 2 main sources of revenue, or our 1 main source of revenue is the state. It comes in 2 big buckets. They're on the top. State aid, this graph on the right, is Chapter 70 is the biggest one that we get. And you've seen the light blue has been since this thing called the Student Opportunity Act went into place. It's meant to serve districts like DY that has students with particular high needs, students that are English language learners, students that are from low socioeconomic backgrounds. And it has done us very well. It has done our communities very well. It has depressed the need for town-based assessment because we've gotten almost $1 million more from the state each year since this has gone into effect. But it is starting to run out. It is getting to the end of the implementation of the Student Opportunity Act. So it is flattening. And we actually, overall, in net state aid are getting $130,000 less than we got last year. And we're projected to get less regional transportation aid for next year. Next slide. Now, where do we fit in the bucket? Because sometimes I'll hear that we spend too much money as a school district. We're second from the bottom compared to all Cape schools on per pupil expenditure. Last year when I showed this slide, we were 3rd from the bottom. So we're actually becoming more affordable for you as a community. But what I do want to draw your attention to is Monomoy and Nauset. That is where we lose most of our kids to school choice. They're spending anywhere between $2,000 and $6,000 per kid more per pupil expenditure, and that is where we lose the vast majority of our kids to school choice. And then you will see the operational increases in budgets for other school districts. Almost every other school district, save 2 on the Cape, have operational increases above what ours is this year for 4.2%. And both our municipalities, their budget increases, when you compare last year what their operational needs were to this year what their operational costs are in the same bucket as what ours are. If you look back to what just got approved tonight compared to what got approved last year for general fund operational costs, do the math. It's not anywhere or in the same bucket as what we're asking for. Next slide, please. What's also important to understand is the school district has spent 72 cents on every dollar on people. We're a people business. So when I get to talk about what the impact is going to be in a couple of slides, it's important to understand that we can't cut really anywhere other than people. And also, most of our people are from this community. So an investment in the school district is an investment in this community. These people that work here, pay their taxes here, put their money back in this community. But additionally, 10 cents goes to tuition, goes to those special education costs that I talked about, school choice out, charter school out. Another 7 cents goes to transportation. You're now up to 89 cents on every dollar. 3 cents goes to utilities. You're now up to 92 cents on every dollar. It doesn't leave a lot of other place to cut and trim from. Next slide, please. Now, you may be wondering, if it's a 4.22% increase, how come our assessment's going up so much? This is the hardest thing that I have to explain, and I'm going to do my best. There's a difference between the budget for the school district and the assessment to the two towns. And that is because the assessment comes in 3 steps. And I try every year to try to find an easy way to explain this, and there is no easy way to explain this. So I have a little visual here to try to help. In the top left-hand side, imagine that container of water is the school district's budget, roughly $84 million. And the 2 containers, the little cups on the bottom right, are ultimately what the 2 towns have to pay at the end for the budget. There's 3 steps to determining how much water goes into each cup. The first step is monies that never get charged to the 2 towns. If we go back to my second slide, it's all that revenue that comes directly into the town. State aid, we have monies that come from the solar fields, we get Medicaid money, all that comes right into the town and gets directly offset to the budget. That comes right off the top. This year, it's roughly 17 million. So 84 minus 17, you're now sitting at roughly 67 million that has to get assessed to the 2 towns. So then you go down to the second container. And in that second container is roughly 67 million that has to get charged to the 2 towns. But it doesn't, there's 2 steps to the next part. So imagine it's like a bill in 2 phases. The first part is what's called minimum local contribution. Both towns pay way above the minimum, so it's not about one town not doing their share when it comes to the minimum. But the minimum local contribution generally goes up every single year unless it's a big recession. It goes up every single year. But the challenge is it doesn't go up proportionately. It's not like it goes up a same percentage amount for the 2 towns each year. And we don't set it, the state sets it. So last year, it went up a bigger proportion for the town of Dennis. And this year, it went up a bigger proportion for the town of Yarmouth. It went up 3.5% for the town of Yarmouth, and it went up and I'm rounding, 1.5% for the town of Dennis. So again, imagine a bill in 2 parts. The first part of your bill went up more than it did for the town of Dennis. So that first part gets taken out and goes into your respective cup. Then whatever's left goes down into that bottom bit. That gets split by the 5-year rolling average of foundation enrollment between the 2 towns, which this year is, if you round, is 70% to 30%. It's off by fractional amounts, but it's roughly 70 to 30%. And then that amount is the remaining amount that goes into the 2 cups. And because of that, because we have less state aid, because Yarmouth's minimum requirement went up more than Dennis's did, that's why you see 2 different assessment increases. Even though the operational budget increase was 4.2%, Yarmouth's assessment increase is bigger than Dennis's assessment increase. Dennis's assessment increase is actually slightly smaller than our operational budget increase. It all comes down to that second step in the assessment formula. Next slide, please. So when we get to the impact of no override, it ultimately comes down to this amount above the minimum. That's where it's going to have to come from if the override doesn't pass. Next slide, please. So the amount of the Yarmouth override is $1.48 million, again, rounding. So it has to come to from the amount above the minimum. We can't just say we're not going to take Yarmouth's money, but we will take Dennis's money. That's not the way the regional agreement works. So we have to lower the budget, the operational budget, the total amount, so that we're not taking the 69.547% from Yarmouth. So $1.48 million is 69.547% of $2.12996 million. That's how much the budget has to drop in order to not assess Yarmouth $1.481 million. Next slide, please. So, working off that scenario, what that means for the district is 37 and a part-time position, actually a couple of different part-time positions from the district. Now, going back a couple, well, and we have already 13 cuts in this budget, so that's on top of the 13 that we're already cutting just to make this position work. Plus, in my first budget as a superintendent, we cut 33 positions to right-size the district. So you take all those and add it up, that's 84 positions since in a 3-year span for the school district, which represents 26% of the district's workforce. And then the impact on services are listed there. I'm not going to read them to you. But we're talking about a significant impact on serviceability. No after-school activities up through our middle school program, reduced sports activities, reduced world language, and then we start to get into significant changes to class size. We really start to have to protect the core programming, math, reading, science, social studies, special education services, transportation, things that we have to provide. Next slide, please. Again, I'm not going to go through all these in detail, but for people who think that we might be making some of this stuff up, it just shows what the actual positions are. This was all presented to the school committee, what the positions are, and how we get to that 2.1 and change million dollars by position through the district. As this is some of the positions on this slide and what the impact of those are. Next slide. These are the remaining positions. And again, you see they touch all across the district, all levels, all aspects of the district. Next slide. And then we get into some places that are outside positions. But again, if you remember, 72 cents on every dollar is staffing. So we did try to look at some other places, but there are not all of the, we cut a significant amount of stipends, but stipends are, small things that teachers get to do extra things like clubs and coach and do all that stuff, but they're small. So it takes a lot of stipends to add up to a teaching position. Next slide, please. Just some information for everybody to have. I think it's in the packet. It has the total, and it's not my place to tell you whether this is too much, not enough, just right, but just so that you have the information. This is the impact, the estimated tax impact for the override. It is 13 cents on 1,000. This is not meant to be condescending, just so that people know how to do this math, because I actually didn't know. I had to think about it. If you know your assessed value of your home, you take the assessed value of your home, divide that by 1,000, and then multiply that by 13 cents. That's how you can figure it out for your own home. So if your home is $500,000 assessed value, divide that by 1,000, you get 500. 500 times 13, I think that's like $65. I think I did that math right in my head. But that's how you can apply that to your own home. Next slide. And then just some things that you may have heard, because I've heard these things. You may have heard that we can't control our spending as a school district. If you look up the data, you will find that we're actually a smaller percentage of general fund expenditures for the town of Yarmouth today, or last fiscal year, because that's when you can find the reported data, than we were in 2020, by 1.6%. You may say 1.6%. That's not that big of a number. Total general fund expenditure, and this is all of education, so that's us and Cape Tech included, but 1.6% of the general fund expenditures in that year, which were $103 million, is $1.6 million. You may hear that we're hiding our money and we don't, have good transparency. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to have the last slide's going to have a QR code. You can go right there and see it all. All of our budget documents are on our website. Our end of the year reports are on our website. Our audits are on our website. You're happy to go and look and dig. Find all of our 1,200 lines are available for anybody to dig through at any time. You may have heard that all this information that I just presented are scare tactics. I just want to make sure everybody understands that when we start cutting positions, we have to do it by seniority. Or actually, I guess, reverse seniority, meaning that the lowest seniority staff and that therefore meaning the lowest salaried staff are the staff that have to go. So it means we end up, and additionally, as a region, we carry all of our own costs. So we have to carry all the unemployment costs. A teacher unemployment cost is $21,000. So it cuts into every savings for a cut employee. And then, we often get asked by our excess and deficiency. I skipped, or I buzzed by it. It was on the slide for the For the revenues, the school committee did commit $1.3 million of their excess and deficiency to this budget to ensure that certain things like curriculum work that we're trying, as the chair mentioned, around trying to address some of our reading achievement data. We had facilities projects. Our buildings need ongoing facilities work. That was supposed to be in our operational budget, and the committee used E&D to fund it. And technology work at the high school all are being funded through excess and deficiency, which is similar to the town's free cash. It's not the same, but it's similar. And the school district does need to maintain some amount of E&D, and how it gets used is all part of the district's bond rating, and the district needs to maintain its own bond rating for borrowing. And these are just important things to make sure everybody knows and understands. All right, last slide just has the QR code for the, if anybody does want to dig into the district's budget information. It's not there? Oh. Did you cut my slide out? I'm just teasing. All right, I probably didn't send them the right slide deck. That's my fault. It is on the Dennis Yarmouth Regional website under Finance. You can see all the budget information. And through the moderator, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Let me just make, yeah, that was... I don't want the concept of efficiency getting in the way of the need for everyone here to have as much information as necessary to make an informed vote. So it's more important to know what the issues are than to worry about, you know, how long something might take if it's that important, and clearly it is. So any questions or comments? In the back there.
Good evening. My name is John Tenuzzo. I'm from Yarmouthport. And
hold on.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. It was great. And so very informative. When you go to the slide where it says budget versus assessment, you don't have to do that. But it says that you're getting less state aid. So Massachusetts is 43rd in the country for getting state aid and supporting schools from up top, from Beacon Hill. And with that being said, they're just spending money, and they just keep spending like a drunken sailor, and then hoping that everyone else is going to pick up the tab. And at this point, we're at a point where there's a lot of people here that are on fixed incomes. I have a lot of retirees that live adjacent to me who have a very, tight incomes as well. And this is, at some point, someone has to say no, and someone has to say, this has to stop, this can't go forward, and we need to send a message that Massachusetts needs to support their schools and support them effectively. And we can't keep putting neighbors against neighbors and neighbors against town management. That's not where it's supposed to go. And we need to really, get that money from the schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's not a question. In the back? Yeah.
Hi, Lindsay Pietro from Precinct 7. I just wanted to point out that some people might not be supportive of the override in terms of thinking about finances. And I would like to, if that might be your position, please consider this. The total for each household comes to an additional $7.50 per month based on a home value of $710,000, which is about a quarter a day. And if you find yourself worrying about how much extra it will cost you beyond that quarter per day because your home is valued at more than $710,000, it seems you may be missing the forest for the trees. There is a, thank you. There is an absolute direct correlation between the performance of local schools and the value of your home. The history of supporting DY schools, or lack thereof, lies in the evidence that we funnel. Next year, it's expected to be around $2.5 million to other districts in the form of school choice. That does not include charter, okay? So that means that Yarmouth parents find more value and the education happening in Nauset or Monomoy, which is funny because the median household in those towns, Brewster, Harwich, Eastham, it's at least $200,000 more than the median price in Yarmouth. Funny how that works. Every time we choice a kid to another public district, we disrespect and defund our own, creating a larger gap between the needs and funding here, while providing a neighboring town the opportunity to use Yarmouth money to educate Yarmouth kids while boasting of a better reputation than DY. If we vote against this override, it means that we will likely cancel, obviously, many very qualified, loving staff that we have for our students, but also special programs that make DY unique, which may lead to more families choicing out, leading to Yarmouth tax dollars helping to make another town stronger. Vote yes to support our schools, preserve the value of your real estate investment, and the value of our community.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Up here. Over here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Solkowski, West Yarmouth. I just had to point out to some of these people some of the things that are not really detailed in the list. And one of it is the fact that small class sizes, if you ask anyone who does a budget what a school class size is, they include every extra person that is in that classroom as decreasing the size of a class, so that the instructional assistant, the paraprofessional, the speech translator, each one of those people in a classroom is counted as an educator that says, oh, the classes are only 17 children, which isn't really true. The class is like 30 children, but there's extra people helping the students with special education needs that need those services. And those services are mandated by the state, and we have to service those children whether we like it or not. And those very legal regulations from the state are mandated to be followed, and they are very, very expensive. Also, the fact that I do have a couple questions I did not understand, and one is there is nothing in there that about the population of the children. I have read overall in the country that population is going down as far as schools are going. I was kind of curious about that, but I'm not sure if you have those figures. And second of all, I wanted everyone here to realize this Proposition 2.5 override is wonderful for the school this year. But when you vote it in, it's a 2.5 override that will stay on the books forever. But I would like a guarantee from the town that it will stay in the school system and not be used for something else. Because once it's not for the school system, it can go wherever it wants. Thank you.
Dr. Smith, yeah. There was a question.
Yeah, if I understand the question correctly, it was about student enrollment. Yeah. So yes. So for multiple years, we were seeing a student enrollment increase. This year, we did see a student enrollment decrease of about 150 students. So we're just under 3,000 students, where we were just over 3,000 students last year.
Okay. Thank you. In the back, in the northeast corner.
Yes. My name is Scott King. I'm in West Yarmouth, father of 3. And first of all, I'd like to say I've been going to these for 45 years, not necessarily in this town. And I'd love to see that people really care about the town, because it's all about the town. My question is not really in the number, is more in the details. I noticed that nobody was making a big deal about all the other numbers that were coming up, but the one that really stood up to me from the school point of view was on the McKinney-Vento transportation. You said it's up 330%, and it's $800,000. Why don't we do that in the town instead of going to somebody else? I might be missing something on that, but that's a lot of money, and that's obviously an ongoing thing. Thank you.
So, yeah, so I didn't want to get, again, I was trying to be efficient, didn't want to spend too much time on that particular topic, but I could spend a lot of time talking about it, but generally speaking, the way that it works is, so I'll give an example. So let's say a student is living in Yarmouth. They become unhoused. They find temporary housing in Falmouth. They're under the McKinney-Vento Act, which is a federal law. They're by right have the ability to go to what's called their school of origin. So let's say let's just say it's a family, right? So let's say there's 3 kids in the family. One goes to Station Ave Elementary School, one goes to the DY Intermediate School, one's at the high school. All of those students have the right to go to their school of origin. So now we have to work with Falmouth to arrange transportation for those kids from wherever their temporary housing is, that shelter, whatever it is, in Falmouth, back to the school in DY. That's 3 different start times. So that's 3 different modes of transportation through a private transportation vendor, because we don't have a big yellow school bus that goes to, if they're become unhoused within Yarmouth, we just figure out what a bus it is. Because we have 260 students who are unhoused and 220 that require this type of transportation. So there's 40 students that are within our borders that we just make work within our own transportation system. But a lot of them, they then cross town lines. So once they start crossing town lines, we can't make it work with our general transportation system. We need to set up some other mechanism, and that's where it really starts to get expensive. I think that answered your question. I hope that answered your question. I've lost where you went in the audience, so I apologize. I'm trying to find eye contact, but I've lost where the question went.
Thank you, Doctor. Ma'am?
Michelle Conover, West Yarmouth. We have 4 kids in the district. One's graduating this year and one is starting next year, which will be our 5th. So we've been involved and had kids in this district since 2012. I have black kids, I have white kids, I have adopted kids, I have biological kids, I've had foster kids in this district, and I can tell you that they are all served well. When we decided to come to Dennis Yarmouth as a young family, we came because of the music and the arts program. We came because we knew what the data and the science said about the arts and music and how kids who are involved in those programs, they don't get in trouble as much, they have stronger outcomes, their grades are better, and we're seeing that come to pass with each of our children. When we look at the demographics of our community, these people in our schools are not just teachers. In those kids that need extra help that someone mentioned, our class sizes are not 30. As a parent who is in a school almost every day, I have 100% attendance rate in fire drills at Station Ave because I'm there so much. And I can tell you there is not 30 kids in a class. Our classes are appropriate, they're small, and even when there's additional help, it just doesn't work that way. Our staff is so invested, and they're not only teachers, they're models, they're role models, they support our kids, they help them get access to the programs that they need to get access to after school when perhaps families don't have money for it, and those are the things that keep our kids off the streets, out of trouble, engaged in the community, and building, future leaders. So I think as a community, it benefits us all when we support our kids, provide these, if these extracurriculars go, it's going to be a real problem for many of our families, and I think we will see kids looking other places, because for working parents, like myself and my husband, those after-school programs keep the kids out of trouble. They keep the kids engaged. They keep the kids through to get extra support with schoolwork, homework. Our teachers go above and beyond, and I just think it's really important that we look at the big picture. I wish we didn't have to pay more. I don't like when my bills come in higher. I don't like when my discounts expire, but that's what the numbers are. I actually wish we didn't have a decreased funding budget. I wished it was level funded or more, because we see the return on investment with our students. So thank you, and do support our schools.
Thank you. In the back.
My name is David Bernstein. I live in West Yarmouth. I have a question at the end of my statement, so be prepared. First of all, I'm a retired teacher from Western Mass for 35 years. We went through overrides and went through failure of overrides. And 1 year that failed override, my class size went from 22 to 35. If you've ever tried to read that many papers every week, times 3, that's a lot of extra work. I remember having an open house, and my principal came and says, "Oh, we need more chairs in here." I said, "No, you don't. You leave it like it is." So when the parents come in, they can see how crowded this room is and what it really looks like. Secondly, we lost not only young teachers, we lost veteran teachers, and because of the way we needed to cut. So a couple of my friends who I taught with for many years lost their job in the history department, or lost a job in the music department, or art department, things like that. We also, when I first started teaching at this school, which did not physically grow, we had 13 custodians. By the time all this happened, we were down to 3. 2 years later, they started talking about building a new school because there wasn't enough maintenance of the old school. And that's important to think about, too. Finally, people need to realize that, I thought that was a great statistic of 25 cents a day. We used to joke at negotiations and say, well, just, don't go out to dinner once and you can afford this, or 2 or 3 times. It's not a lot of money. I know it is. I know some people are on a fixed income. I'm on a fixed income. But there just are some things we need to think about. My question is, what we did ignore was federal money, and how much money from the federal government's been cut to come to the state, and how did that trickle down to here? I don't know if you know the answer to that, but I think it's an important thing that's happening.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yes, the exact numbers. Originally, they were talking about a 10% cut to the federal entitlement grants. The last email that I got was expected an 8% cut to the federal grants nothing. We usually don't get the hard numbers until the summer, but that's the last maybe 3 weeks ago that I got from the state was an expected, which I don't know, I guess good news, in that we went from a 10% cut to an 8% cut. But yes, we are anticipating a cut of federal funds as well.
Well, how does that affect the budget that you presented?
Yeah, so we had worked from a 10%. So and we were fortunate that we had rolled. The federal grants are allowed to roll, so we had rolled some from last year into this year in some anticipation. So for next year, with what we use our federal grants for, we're okay for next year.
So in theory, the year after, we're going to be cut even more because you're using it this year.
Potentially. And the way at least the federal grants are used, it's for supplemental. So, it will affect some of our supplemental programming, yes, but we don't use any federal grants for core programming.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. You, sir.
Hello, my name is John Pearson. I'm a South Yarmouth resident. You also see me as a recent write-in candidate for school committee. Also, I'm a tax accountant, so I can tell you I've actually met with School Superintendent Smith. I have dug in line by line to the budget. I have gone through it with my 10 years of experience, and I can tell you there is nothing egregious in that budget. One thing I discussed with him was that making the budget more open and friendly to you all. Sorry. And one way we can do that is, it's hard to look at 1,200 items and understand it if you're not a tax accountant, if you're not a finance major. So I've asked them to break it out, the budget, by school to help make it easier for everyone to see. But the one thing I want you to really think about is that the big flaw here is Prop 2.5. But do we really want to sit around and wait for Capitol Hill to fix it for us? Because they're not going to fix it this school year, next school year. Like, that was a legislation put into place in the 1980s when the median income was $21,000 to $30,000 a year. The bill is not indexed for inflation. So I challenge anybody who says we budget poorly. Like, I would challenge you to live on a budget of $20,000 to $30,000 a year, not indexed for inflation, with 2.5% increases each year. Like, I don't like paying taxes. I deal with it every day. I'm forced to hate taxes. They're shoved down my throat. But sometimes they're necessary. And I know, like I said, I have to pay these taxes just as much as all you do. I have 2 kids in this school district, graduating senior, and a 10th grader. So like I said, it's not an easy decision, but it's the right decision, because you've got to support these kids. And if we wait until Beacon Hill, who suffers? Does Beacon Hill suffer? No, because they're happy up in Boston. It's up to us to help our kids, protect our kids. Does it stink that we have to front it? Yes. But who else is going to? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's think in the back. Somebody in the back? Yeah. Go ahead.
My name is Rosanna Hardy. I have a question for might
And
be
where,
for,
where are you from?
Oh, Yarmouthport. This might be a question for the Finance Committee. When I was going through the materials, I noticed that the Golf Enterprise Fund had retained earnings close to about $3 million as of November.
Is this question about the school?
Yes, as of November of last year. So I was wondering, is there an opportunity to transfer some of that money over to cover the deficit at the school level?
The short answer is no. The enterprise funds are set up to be self-funded business type entities. So we're not allowed by charter statute to transfer funds from enterprise funds or special revenue funds into general funds.
Okay, I think that's something we should take a look at because our community, one of the benefits is that we have the golf courses to help generate revenue for the town. And I think it's something that it's worthwhile that we should look into.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Terry Fergut, West Yarmouth. I am one of the parents of those struggling kids. I have a lot of help. My son, my oldest, has already graduated from Sturgis. My youngest is here at the middle school here, and I have Mr. Bovino and Mr. Vianetta's numbers on speed dial. That's how much I've talked to them. Today was my son's first full day back in school in over a month. And that's on the services that we currently have. So what happens if we cut more services? I am one of those parents who are thinking about sending my son to Monomoy and Chatham and everything because I'm not getting enough services here. And I would rather spend the money here in Yarmouth than spend that money to send my son somewhere else. Let's keep the money here in Yarmouth and get the services we need here.
Thank you. I'm going to go back. Is there a question back there? Well, I think you were first. Go ahead. We'll get you. Sir.
Okay. Hello there.
Yeah.
My name is Bill Kerwin. I'm a 23-year resident of Precinct 1. I have 3 children in school here, and I appreciate all the things that the schools do, and I hear what you're saying. I really do. But for me and for many of us, this is just simple economics. To raise a family of 3 children on Cape Cod, you need to make upwards of $150,000 to $200,000 a year, and there are just no more hours in the week for me to work. So if it's $8 per family or $8 million at this point, it really doesn't matter. So here's my question to you. Has the district published a 5-year financial plan showing that this override will be sufficient and will not be back here in 2 years or 3 years for another override? And furthermore, I noticed there's no sunset clause in what you're asking for, so it's like a permanent blank check. Could you comment on that?
Question, is this sunset clause? Go ahead.
So, yeah, there's no sunset clause on an override. We're not saying that we're going to ask for an underride. And so I think what's at the heart of your question, and if I'm misinterpreting your question, then please correct me, is there is a structural issue here. And the school district, and again, if you look around at other school districts, you look around at what the municipal increases are, to assume that school district can continue to operate at a 2.5% increase is not likely to be feasible unless all of a sudden all the costs that drive operations, the costs of labor, the costs of utilities. I didn't talk about that on my slide, but anybody who opens a newspaper or an online article sees what's been happening to Eversource costs, natural gas costs. That's what heats this building, heats all the other buildings in the district. We have 625,000 square feet. We have to heat and put light to every day. Our health insurance costs, like all of these things, if they continue to escalate at rates, just for argument's sake, let's just say those are going to escalate at 3%. We're already above 2.5%. So if all those are going to escalate at 3%, then every year I'm going to have to cut staff just to make the budget balance. So yes, we have a structural issue that if the expectation for the town of Yarmouth is that the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District is going to land a 2.5% increase to their budget every single year, then yes, and I've raised this question with the select board already, that if that is the expectation, then we do have a structural issue that we need to have a larger conversation about.
Well, for many of us, it's not a budgeting issue. Like all these things that you have to budget, that's inconsequential for me when I can't feed my children because bills keep going up. And for somebody, you know, in my demographic, there are no handouts.
Thank you. In the back, and I know, see a few people getting up now and commenting, asking questions. Just try to, if you're advocating or in opposition and you have nothing new to add, I'm not trying to subvert communication. However, that advocacy or opposition will be recorded in your vote. So, yes, ma'am.
I guess I don't know if I have anything more to add, but my son here is with me. He's like the world's tallest 6-year-old, but he's very. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Heidi Keywell Spencer. I live in South Yarmouth.
Who's speaking?
Heidi Keywell Spencer. I live in South Yarmouth.
Okay.
My son here is 6, and he's like the world's tallest 6-year-old, but he is 6, and he is also one of those kids that needed special help. He was a COVID child. He had issues with language, and the DY school, I'm going to get a little emotional, has been incredible. And I am so proud to live here and so proud to have a school that has helped him in such a way. He is a brilliant child. He's 6 years old and writes his own math problems, and we have signs all over the house asking us to name shapes and the weirdest things. But he's a wonderful little kid, and he wouldn't be this way without this school and these teachers, and it's been incredible. And I thank you all for everything you've provided our family. And I work 2 jobs. I work nearly 60 hours a week so we can pay for private pay therapies and things like that because we don't qualify for a lot of things. And the school has been overwhelmingly amazing. And I thank you. And that's it.
Thank you. We'll see him with a yellow card here in 12 years. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jerry O'Connell. I live in Yarmouth Port. Tomas, Dr. Smith, you guys do a great job. We love you. I got to tell you, though, when there's a budget problem in my house, I can't make things work. I got to work with it. You know, I don't go out to dinner once a month. A quarter a day, you know, $100 more a year. I keep getting squeezed everywhere I turn for more money for me, more money out of my pocket. Guys, we're ready to leave this state because it's getting too expensive to live here. Guys, when I have a problem, I got to make it work. I think you guys got to make this work. I'm voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Final question. I guess, maybe not.
How are you? My name is Mike Medeiros from West Yarmouth. Been here most of my life. I got 2 kids in the district myself, very active in sports, after school activities, local business owner. We own multiple businesses, and I don't think this is a question of supporting our community. We love our teachers. We love our schools. We love our programs. We can't ask for much more. Our fire departments, our police departments, everybody is giving everything they've got. But at some point in time, enough has to become enough. We can't, supply for everybody. And I feel as though our community, and I could be wrong, and I have a question on this, but our community has grown tremendously with people since COVID. So it's almost like the state is dumping everyone on us. And us as taxpayers, it becomes our problem. We want to support our schools and give you everything we got to support our children and make our community great and keep it great. But the numbers of transporting kids to other towns, if they leave Yarmouth and live in another town, why do they not end up in that town's school? Why do we have to shuffle them back here and pay that massive expense? And on top of that, we have grown, one of my children being in the high school, one being in the intermediate school. They have grown tremendously. Well, where did these kids come from? It's one thing if they were born here or have families and relatives here, but it seems like every household is getting larger and larger overnight. My kids have been here since they were born and come through the whole program, and that's what my tax dollars support. We can't continue to support everybody else from over the other side of the bridge that decides to either get a free ride, dumped over here, or move here. There's only so much tax dollars, and of course we want it to override because we don't want our children to fall by the wayside and not get what they need, but there's got to be a line somewhere. We can't continue to do this. Most people are choosing between gas and food.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have rough estimate numbers of growth over, say, the last 3 years?
Growth in numbers?
Or numbers enrolled?
Yes. You mean in total numbers of students?
Yes.
I have a different slide but if you go back to post-COVID, like we saw a significant, I have them in slides that are on the website for the committee presentations. I have it in a whole enrollment slide, but you can see a trend post-COVID or up, leading for, I don't know, I think I go back almost 20 years, and you can see a steady decline in the student enrollment across the district, and then the year into COVID, post-COVID, is a steep decline. And then for up until this current school year, we were seeing a steady increase in student enrollment to where last year we had the most students in the district than we had in a decade. And we're back over 3,000. We hadn't been over 3,000 students in a decade as a district. And then this year we saw, like I said, we're down to a previous question, we're down about 150 students. We're back down below 3,000, just below 3,000 students in the district.
Which I'm assuming that's a very little percentage, but a big number.
Yeah, and it's not like, they all left the third grade or something, so I can cut, teachers across the third grade. It's just all spread across the district, a couple of students at each grade level. Yeah.
Correct, and that's where I assume if, us as families that have been here, our kids start in grade school and work their way up, that number doesn't just all of a sudden multiply in, intermediate or high school like it has been. All of a sudden, everyone is showing up here. Our fire departments, our police departments, their numbers, I think, show it alone in the amount of calls that they go to, and they're overwhelmed as well as our hospitals and our schools. So that's the tough one. So, thank you.
Going to take just two more. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Paul Huggins, Precinct 1. It's interesting to me. I always say that I'm a newcomer here. I moved here in 1979. And this could be deja vu all over again because we've listened to this discussion at every town meeting over all those years. And parents have always, gotten up and given their testimony regarding how wonderful our schools are, and they certainly are. And this community is a wonderful community, and that's already been stated. And what my observation is that this community, over the years, has been more and more giving because they know the importance of that. And they support the schools, and it's unfortunate that some of the cuts have to take place because of the expense of everything. But I believe that this community knows the importance of education, knows the importance of having good things in the schools for kids, and will absolutely do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Final question, comment?
Hello, Mr. Moderator, Stephanie Cox, Precinct 1. Without echoing anyone else's comments, I just want to hone in on, one particular point, and it's interesting the timing of one of the most recent speakers. I just want to point out that the folks that have been moving into our community year-round since COVID are the wealthier people. And they are not low income, but I certainly would welcome anyone of any income in this community, and that's generally how we've operated as a community. But I also just want to really point out how all of our votes over the years at all these town meetings all tie in together. That McKinney-Vento number is horrifying, but it is not surprising. It should come to a shock to no one here that every single time we say no to housing in our community that our year-round community can afford, that suddenly we have a homelessness problem. Suddenly we have year-rounders displaced and moving out of town. Guys, it's basic math. It's supply and demand. So, I think we talked about sort of self-interest versus community and our values. I'll just speak to it from the self-interest perspective. If you feel the pain of this budget and all of these budgets as we all do, then vote to add more taxpayers. Next time, there is an opportunity to add more housing. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay. Article 8, all in favor? Raise your cards. All opposed? The vote is passed. The article is passed by a significant majority. Article 9 will be presented by Christine. The motion will be made by Christine Greeley.
Good evening. I move Article 9 that the town raise and appropriate the amount of $4,066,692 to fund the Cape Cod Regional High School budget for fiscal year 2027, and further to raise and appropriate an additional amount of $680,194 to fund such budget with such additional amount being subject to approval of an override of Proposition 2.5 under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21CG. And the operating budget of $3,347,185. The capital budget for fiscal year 27 of $1,309,701, and a total certified fiscal year 2027 of $4,746,886.
It's been seconded. Select Board?
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends 4-0.
Explanation?
Sure. I'm Christine Greeley. I'm a school committee member for the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School. With me is our superintendent of schools, Dr. Robert Sanborn, who also is a Yarmouth resident. Norm Michaud, who is unable to attend tonight, and I are the Yarmouth representatives to your vocational high school, Cape Cod Tech, conveniently located in Harwich. Superintendent Sanborn and I are here to present the fiscal year 27 budget assessment. The budget increase is 4.51% over last year's due to a 31 student enrollment increase. It's 27.8% from Yarmouth this year, and the operating assessment for the town of Yarmouth has increased to $3,437,185, and the capital assessment has increased by 14.6% to $1,309,701 for the enrollment of now 171 students from Yarmouth. Our mission is technical education with a priority on academic achievement to support our students and their goals, whether for careers, college, or post-secondary training. We're educating and training students for gainful living wage employment here in Cape Cod, and we're very proud to announce that on the heels of our 2023 School of Recognition designation for student achievement and stellar 2024 MCAS performance, we are very proud to share our 2025 MCAS results, which saw Cape Cod Tech place first among all Cape and Island school districts in mathematics and English language arts, and first among all comparable Massachusetts technical schools, while exceeding all these schools in student growth percentile, which measures the outstanding efforts of our math and English teachers as well as our students. This has been a year of major accomplishments for our students. Skills USA selected Cape Tech for the 6th consecutive year as a national model of excellence. The highest honor was given to this, just 24 chapters out of thousands after vigorous vetting.
Thank you, Chris. We would especially like to recognize the achievements of our Yarmouth students this year, who were Skills USA Conference winners, Abigail Adams Scholarship winners, and those who became National Technical Honor Society members. And Chris assures me that this is a very popular part of the show for some parents out there. So The District Conference Awards, gold medals in automated manufacturing, Wyatt Doobie, Rowan Mercurio, and Porter Anderson, gold medal. In the interest of time, I ask you to hold your applause till the end. Dental assisting, Alondra Roberto Ortiz, and then in nail care from our cosmetology program, Adriana Roberto Ortiz. Silver medals, dental assisting, Sophia Riker, Health Knowledge Bowl, Isabel de Oliveira. Bronze medals in marine science technology, Jacob Moriarty, who is eligible for state competition, state FFA Conference Future in Framingham, second place award for the hardscape team, Landon Donovan. The state conference will be held April 30th through May 2nd this year. In addition, our Yarmouth John and Abigail Adam winners, Gabrielle DaCosta, Wyatt Doobie, Finn Jordan, Rowan Mercurio, Lear Miller Von Hausen, Wiley Morell, Aria O'Neill, Keegan Robbins Baird, Alondra Roberto Ortiz. And then our Nationalist Technical Honor Society status was achieved by seniors, Janiyah Bland, Wyatt Doobie, Jordan Finn, Aaron Newman, Aria O'Neill, Jacob Poor, Joyce Susi, Alyssa Sylvia, and juniors, Ethan Bailey, Lara Costa, Judson Hayward, Romeo Nunez, Sophia Riker, Dylan Vasher, Samantha Klein, Isabella de Oliveira, Madison Cotel, Sarah Pereira, and Addison Sunby. Now you can applaud.
We like to announce that because we've heard from people in the past, no one would ever know about some of these students' achievements unless if we mentioned them here today. So this has been yet another year of outstanding achievement. We invite you to learn more about us at our website, www.capetech.us, and to visit our open-to-the-public Cove Restaurant, our cosmetology salon, and our full-service automobile shop. This has all been made possible by your past support, and we thank you in advance for your supporting vote at this town meeting and on the ballot on Election Day. Dr. Sanborn will now clarify the important details of this budget request and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
So just two other quick announcements. We have over 180 students working from our 15 programs in the community every other 2 weeks, earning a wage while in high school through our cooperative education programs. And I'm proud to announce that our football team, and we don't get to say this very much, are now the state vocational Super Bowl champions. So as Chris said, I am a resident, Precinct 1, Yarmouth Port. I want to thank the Select Board and the Finance Committee for their support of this budget. I by no means want to be unsympathetic to the taxpayer in the town of Yarmouth. This is my first experience with an override for Cape Cod Regional Technical High School, and I pledge to hopefully not be here next year for an override. But you're going to see, I'm going to try to explain very briefly why we are where we are. A couple things before I go to the slides. Enrollment is up 3%, but 22% for the town of Yarmouth. The assessment is up 27%. My colleague, Dr. Smith, did the most outstanding job of how the funding formula for this fine state occurs, which also looked like a boiler system from our HVAC program, but that was excellently done, and I'm not going to go through it again. But those numbers right there, you can see the shift. Yarmouth's getting a 27 assessment, 22% increase in their enrollment. So we'll go to the slides now. That's the last one.
Yeah, so move that.
Okay, so there's the enrollment increase from last year. So the operating budget, other than the municipal local contribution, the rest of the budget gets apportioned by enrollment percentage. And that increase is significantly higher this year for Yarmouth. As you see, 31 students. We have, in the case of Harwich, a 10 student decrease. So that shifts. That's one of the contributors to this, what's creating an override in a 4.5% budget increase. So that's slide number one. The next one is we are in a growth phase at Cape Cod Tech. You see, in 2019, we had 570 students. Once again, I want to thank the taxpayers for funding our new school. And through the capital assessment, I think we're in year 8 or 9 now of a 20-year note. And that is a declining debt schedule, by the way. But you'll see it's up. The capital assessment is also up. I'm talking about the operating budget, but the capital assessment is also up because that's apportioned by enrollment percentage. So another swing that's not helping the situation. So we are in a growth phase. We have 190 seats. We had 440 applications this year. You've heard that we've gone to a lottery. There's going to be some stability that's coming out of that lottery. I couldn't be more opposed to the lottery. However, we did adopt apportionment for every town, and the apportionment for next year for Yarmouth is 37 students. So that will help to stabilize when you have a 31% increase. The only thing that could make it fluctuate is a huge demand in the town of Yarmouth, because it's going to be based on student applications percentage on every given year. But for next year, we already know it. It's 37 students that we can accept from the town of Yarmouth, which is brand new in our school. So there will be some stability there. However, the amount of students that came in for this budget, they're going to be with us for another 3 years. So keep that in mind. Next slide. Really, I just wanted to make the point that I think we've been good stewards of the taxpayers' money. I am really not able, as others have said, and I think the town budget too, to keep things under 3%, even 4% in this particular year. You see, we are reversing a bit in 25 and 26. We hit a high water mark of 5.68%. What's driving these things? It's all the things you've heard. Our salaries are up 2.49% overall, but our benefits are up 8%. Materials and services, we've got to buy copper, we've got to buy lumber, we've got to buy boilers that I referenced earlier. That's up 10%. Utilities and heating, 5.86%. We are working on that. We're installing solar canopies over our bus parking lot. I hope to see utilities dropping as an overall percentage of the budget. And then just general insurance, I think you've seen it in your home. We've also experienced that we have a wind deductible now. We have wind deductible insurance. Our wind deductible is so high now. So it's a brand new thing. It's very exciting. We're paying wind deductible insurance. So you see in 19, 20, 21, all the way through 23, we were consistently bringing home budgets under 2%. We kept it under 4% in 24, but the reality of these numbers that you've heard from previous speakers and myself, and you'll see in those years, we were able to, in several of those years, the red numbers, we were giving back. We were asking for less money than the previous year. Unfortunately, that is not true this year. Just to explain this slide, if it's not explainable, understandable, the lines, the numbers are in that, you've got the budget increase, you've got what happened to the assessment, you've got the percentage increase or decrease in every given year. The reds are decreases. 23 students for FY19 decrease, and it was based on 114 students. Now we're at 171 in FY27, and we have a 31 student increase. That's the reason I'm here for my first override. And I, first of all, apologize. I know this is not tough. Everything I'm talking about, you're seeing that at your house. I understand that. But I hope you can support us and the workers of Cape Cod Tech. Thank you so much. And through the moderator, if there's any questions.
Okay. Yeah, questions, comments? In the back.
Hi, Corey Haddad from West Yarmouth. My son is an HVAC at the Tech. I can't say enough how awesome everybody is at the school. He's assigned a project to complete, and they don't even have the supplies to complete the project. I donated the supplies so we could do so, and I was happy to do it. What worries me is with the new lottery, is that now the kids that this money's going to go to, these kids that worked hard to get into the Tech aren't going to be able to go there. Is there still a chance that we're going to be able to go back to the old way where the kids have to earn their way in?
So I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. So we fought it tooth and nail with Beacon Hill. We did not win.
I really think you should make it known to the governor and to our local, quite frankly. So I think I said at the select board meeting, I'm on the back nine. I can say what I feel. So that's one, and you need to talk to the Cape and Islands delegation. With regard to the supplies, we can't do what we do without the support of the business community. Every one of our programs has an advisory committee constantly giving donations to supplement the work. But I want to know a little more about that story after. But thank you.
In the northeast corner.
Yes, Rick Stacy, Precinct 8. I admit I am a watch ashore, but I think I have a good perspective on what's going on here. I've been an auditor and accountant for 25 years. I was a certified middle school math teacher. I taught math for a while. I currently prepare taxes. My mother was a teacher. My father was a carpenter. Part of my career was actually working in the IT field. So yes, I support education, and I support tech school education. My concern really focuses on something that's really on page 3 of this report. It was so important that it was put on page 3. It says, this override is at least in part due to a, quote, unprecedented surge in the acceptance rate, a surge bringing Yarmouth openings to 59, while next year, not maybe in the future, but next year will limit the number to 37. To use a term someone used when speaking about the prior line item, there's no sunset provision. If this was going to be somehow a one-time special assessment, I would consider voting in favor of this. But knowing this will be a permanent increase for something that we know will be short-term, and yes, I understand these 59 kids will be there for 4 years, but hopefully some will be graduating next year.
Correct.
And then we're only going to bring in 37 new ones. Knowing that this is a permanent increase for something that will be short-term, I believe I must vote against this.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
If I could just say one thing to that.
Yeah.
I think this chart somewhat contradicts that it's a permanent increase, that every year is a new year when we come to compute the assessment. So we're not starting with 747, 437 extra, and just assuming we have it for next year. If we have less students from Yarmouth and there's a boom in another town, it changes. So I wouldn't say that's totally accurate. Oh, but go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the math.
Sure.
Please identify yourself.
Pamela Phipps, District 2, Precinct 2. So I do understand, I took and I don't know why we're taking the operating budget and adding the capital budget for a total of 4746. So when I compare that to 2026, that is like almost 24% increase.
Yes, that is accurate.
Are you saying that is driven by the number of, it's really just driven by the number of students?
I didn't say that it's totally driven by the total amount of students, but if you go back,
And you know what I also don't understand is what is the capital budget? What does that refer
so
to?
The voters in 2017 approved a new school for Cape Cod Regional Technical High School. So it's the debt schedule for the new school.
Okay. Okay.
So that's totally, and that's a declining debt schedule that's recalculated every year. So this 31 student increase spiked that as well.
So when I look at the budget on 2026, that number
Is
doesn't
just
include the portion of the capital budget
Correct.
that we also then paid.
Correct.
That's a little confusing.
Yeah.
In
So
the numbers. Yeah.
thank you for pointing that out.
And the other thing is, I don't know what you mean by assessment.
Okay, the assessment is the bill to the town for funding our budget.
Up 27.8%.
Correct.
And who determined that number?
Remember the boiler from Dr. Smith? It starts with a municipal, local contribution that's calculated at the state, and then the budget, we have transportation, capital, and the additional funds needed to fund the budget being proposed, the 4.5% increased budget. Those are totally, other than what's calculated at the state, for capital, for transportation, and the additional amount needed to fund the budget are all enrollment-based. So those are also being spiked by the 31 student increase in this particular year.
I hope these kids appreciate what they're getting.
I think they do,
All right, I hope
although,
they do.
to the point to the gentleman about the lottery, which is a whole nother story, but the concern is that there may be students that don't appreciate it, but we'll get to that after next year. I can give you an update.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote on Article number 9. All in favor, please raise your cards. All opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Article 10, Mark Forrest.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 10 as printed in the warrant.
Article's been made and seconded. Select Board?
Recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee?
Recommends 5-0.
Explanation?
Mr. Moderator, the Golf Division capital expenses are related to maintenance obligations which will provide better safety and prevent the need for more costly projects in the future and allow for safer and more effective on-site equipment service. The total for these improvements is $400,000, which will be funded from retained earnings through the Golf Enterprise account. Therefore, property tax dollars are not necessary for these investments. Golf Enterprise Reserve's retained earnings is $2,980,521 as of November 17th, 2025.
Any comments, questions on Article number 10? Other people moving around? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. Article 11.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 11 as printed in the warrant.
Been seconded. Select Board?
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Explanation?
Mr. Moderator, the Water Division capital expenses are related to the maintenance obligations which provide better safety and prevent the need for more costly projects in the future and increase the effectiveness of the town's water distribution system. The total for these improvements is $809,000, which will be funded from the available balance in the Water Special Revenue account. Therefore, once again, property tax dollars are not necessary for these investments. The Water Special Revenue account currently has a $3,059,030 reserve balance.
Questions, comments? Hearing none, seeing none, all in favor of Article 11? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Article 12.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 12 as printed in the warrant.
Been seconded. Select Board?
The Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Explanation?
Mr. Moderator, the Yarmouth Police Department would like to enter into a 4-year finance agreement with Ford Motor Company to purchase 6 police cruisers. This agreement will allow the department to replace multiple aging vehicles with minimal impact to capital budget funds. This will reduce costly repairs to several aging vehicles used daily for patrol and administrative functions. All vehicles scheduled for replacement are no longer under warranty, and the cost includes the upfit of the vehicles.
Okay. This article requires a 2/3 vote, so it's a good time to stretch your legs. If there's no questions or comments, please stand and hold your card up if you're in favor of the motion. Okay, you can sit down now. All opposed?
I think that does it.
The motion carries by a 2/3 vote. Oh, I'm sorry. We called the vote. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. We called the vote.
So it's my fault that you missed me?
No, it's my fault. It's my fault.
So I can't talk because you missed.
No.
I still have a question. We called the motion.
I'll allow your question. It's not going to change the vote.
I have a question because on the
Please
warrant-
identify yourself.
Oh, Janice Donovan, Precinct 1. I have a question on the article about the cars that they want to buy for the police department. It's about the, you are asking for hybrid vehicles that weren't mentioned in the warrants that you want us to vote on. Is that correct? And how much would we save on the fuel?
The chief can probably answer this. I think it comes up every year.
Yes, it does. So this warrant does not specify hybrid vehicles. We will buy them if they're available. The issue that we are dealing with hybrid vehicles, the Fords.
Who's talking to me?
Yep.
The
I'm
chief-
behind you.
the
Sorry,
chief of
I'm back
Chief
here.
I'm sorry, Chief Kevin Lennon.
Sorry, Chief Kevin Lennon. I'm vertically challenged, so I apologize. So the vehicles that we purchase, if we can get a hybrid vehicle, we will. The issue that we are dealing with right now with some of our hybrid vehicles is that they just die. So we have a 2023 Cruiser with about 60,000 miles on it that is now deadlined until we can get it to the dealership because it just stops starting, and so we're trying to figure it out. The hybrid vehicles with Ford, they're still working out some of the battery issues. So with our administrative cars, we're purchasing cars that exceed the green community standard, which is 22 miles per gallon combined. So we're doing the best we can, but we will buy hybrid vehicles if we can, but it's not guaranteed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and again, my apologies for missing you. Thank you. Article 13.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 13 as printed in the warrant.
Select Board,
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
explanation.
Fire station location feasibility study, comprehensive feasibility study to determine the optimal location and site requirements for new fire station or stations. The study will evaluate current and projected community needs, response time, performance, and geographical coverage to ensure that fire and emergency services are delivered effectively and efficiently. The study will incorporate the standards of cover analysis that is currently underway, looking at possible alternative operational models based on projected growth. SCBA cylinder replacement. The standard service life for self-contained breathing apparatus, or SCBA, cylinders, as directed by the Department of Transportation and National Fire Protection Association, NFPA, standards at 15 years. These cylinders are hydrostatically tested every 5 years. All the apparatus have cylinders in the riding positions, and we also need spare bottles to use at longer duration events. Bottle replacement is staggered so they do not all have to be replaced at the same time every 15 years. Rolling stock. The department has been undergoing a large effort to consolidate rolling stock and make our operational model more efficient. Service vehicles and underutilized apparatus have been repurposed and/or decommissioned, and we are in the process of replacing unserviceable fire apparatus. Per NFPA standards, fire apparatus should move to reserve status at 15 years and be replaced at 20 years. Engine 47 is 20 years old and currently is out of service due to broken suspension that makes it unsafe to stay in service. This purchase will allow engine 45 to move to reserve status as it is 16 years old. Replacement of command vehicle for the assistant fire chief. These vehicles have typical service life of 10 years and come complete with mobile command centers equipped with radios and other equipment specific to command functions during large-scale incidents. The ambulance receipt account currently has a $3,289,664 balance.
Questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor of Article 13, please raise your cards. All opposed? The article passes with a couple opposition. Article 14.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 14 as printed in the warrant.
Select Board,
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 4-0.
explanation.
This article funds the proposed FY 2027 capital improvement program and miscellaneous transfers from free cash to support town operations.
Hold on a minute. Is this one without a capital? Bear with me for a second. Yeah. This article, we do this when we have this kind of thing. Take a look at the items. If you have a question on any item, feel free to speak to it. If not, we will vote on the entire motion as stated. Is there any? Do I hear anything? See anything? Okay. See somebody in the back. We'll get you a microphone.
I can get it to you.
I'll bring it up to you.
Hello, Kelly Abrecht, Precinct 5, West Yarmouth. I just saw the line of the unmarked marked cruisers for the 400, thank you, like $400,000. Didn't we just like 2 articles ago vote for that?
This is item 14 in Article 14.
I can answer that question.
Sure.
Hi, Jennifer Mullen, Finance Director. The article that was just passed was for a new lease of unmarked cruisers. This, in the capital plan, is the ongoing leases that we've already voted every year. The first year of lease has to be separate with a 2/3 vote. This capital item is for the cruises that we already have in the yearly payments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No further questions on Article 14. All in favor? All opposed? Article 14 passes. Article 15, motion will be made by, who's going to make the motion? Dorcas.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate $35,706,091 for the design, bidding, and construction of a town library to be used as a free public library under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 78, and for the payment of all other costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the Massachusetts General Laws, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds and notes of the town, therefore, and the Select Board and/or town administrator are authorized to apply for, accept, and expend grant funding from the Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program, as well as any other federal, state, county, or other funds that may be available for this purpose, and to enter into intermunicipal or other agreements for acceptance and expenditure of any such grants or funds, which shall be used to offset the total appropriation authorized herein, provided, however, that any such borrowing shall be contingent upon the voters' passage of a so-called debt exclusion under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C.
Okay. The this will require a 2/3 standing vote. Select Board?
Select Board recommends 3-2.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee did not recommend 4-1 with 2 abstentions for,
Explanation and presentation by, I believe, David Aronson and team.
Good evening. I'm Judy Connors-Tarver, and I'm the chair of the Library Building Committee. We've been working for you, and there are our members. I'm not going to read them to you, but we've been working for a year now. Each of us has our own perceptions of the libraries of our past. Some of them might be dusty books and being shushed, but others might be kind of warm and fuzzy. For tonight, I want to begin with some thoughts on what a library of the 21st century provides. Libraries are not just about books. They function as educators, innovators, and connectors that adapt to our community's needs while remaining free and open to all. Thus, a library is a great equalizer. This means that libraries provide equal access to trusted, reliable information, not just information or targeted messages. So consider the difference between information from a source trying to sell you a car and an independent evaluator. Libraries are community hubs providing safe spaces for users of all ages and backgrounds. They are also safe spaces for the preservation of our local history and culture. Our libraries house our community history, and the programming offered reflects the interests of our citizens and is provided right here on a local basis. Today's libraries provide digital inclusion, not just access to computers and reliable high-speed internet, but also to the training and the skills essential to use these tools. These are how our community members learn, search for employment, and stay connected. Yarmouth has already made significant commitments to this project. At our annual town meeting in 2024, we voted to invest $150,000 to the project designed for a new library. This was used as matching funds toward a $100,000 grant from the Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program. Your current library building committee was appointed and began meeting May 1st. The charge was to use the previously identified program needs to guide the planning, the site selection, and the financing options for the development of a new town library that would meet the standards and needs of the community for many years to come. The 2025 Yarmouth Local Comprehensive Plan, which was passed at the November special town meeting, highlights the need for a library to meet the growing demands for services. We've agreed as a town for years that this is a need. The first task for the LBC, the Library Building Committee, was to interview and then propose an architect to the Select Board. Odenzello was confirmed, and then the selection process began. This included community input, and the Select Board approved 1175 Route 28 as a site. That's across the street from the State Police Barracks. This was submitted to the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, or the MBLC, along with conceptual designs and preliminary cost estimates in December 2025. In January, we received approval to submit for the next phase. That will be planning and design. To prepare for tonight, the town additionally authorized 2 independent third-party cost estimates to be conducted. These were then reconciled to produce the budget for tonight, which, because of that, we think is very solid. On April 2nd, the MBLC voted to approve our grant funding in the amount of $13,438,000, with an additional $403,000 to be received after the project completion, because we will be meeting green energy incentives. So why now? The MBLC approval of the schematic designs and the funding means that your vote for the future of this project tonight, and again at town election on May 19, With that, the town will be able to access this money. It's ours, it's waiting for us to take it. However, there is a statewide waiting list, and those expansion and building projects are also ready to go. We're very lucky to have received over $13 million in this very competitive process. These are our Massachusetts state tax dollars, so we paid into this. Without your approval to move forward tonight, this money is going to go to another community on the wait list. One of them is Falmouth. So they could be getting a new library. Further, there is no guarantee that another round of this library construction program will ever occur. And should it, the earliest that Yarmouth could participate again would be 2031-32. That timeline would mean a 6% cost escalation per year and a pretty low likelihood of receiving the grant after having voted it down twice. There is also an indirect impact from reductions of federal aid to other state projects. So while no federal money is part of this grant, we know that when less federal money comes into the state has to tighten up wherever they can, and this may well be one of those places that is reduced. Meanwhile, we will be left with buildings that are not fully accessible, that require significant repairs, and that do not meet the space needs for the staff or the program consistent with a functioning library for a community of our size. This is the time to move forward to become the community we want to be by providing our residents with a significant municipal building that has been well-designed and planned. The best time to build such a building is when we can use outside money, and it's sitting there for us. I'd like you to meet David Aronson, who is our new library director.
Thank you, Judy. And thank you all for coming tonight. I just wanted to say one more thing about the grant itself. As Judy said, there's no federal money in this grant, so there's no concern about changes in funding. The grant is also an award that is given to the town by the Commonwealth, so it's a not to exceed, it's an earmarked disbursement. It's not subject to any kind of clawing back or anything like that throughout the process. And also, just so people understand a little bit about the process and why we're here tonight, the state kind of sets all the parameters as far as the timing of the applications, when the money has to be accepted. The town has to formally vote to accept everything and, in fact, sign the contract by the end of the fiscal year on June 30th. So that's why we're following the process in this time frame. So just to talk about, some of the studies and whatnot that have been done, the need for, the question of what the town's library needs are and what needs to be done to address their shortfalls has been repeatedly evaluated over almost 40 years, going back to 1989, before the libraries were consolidated under the town's umbrella. Then, as now, studies show that the existing library facilities were undersized for the population of the town. As Judy mentioned, both libraries are older buildings that will require substantial maintenance and repair to remain usable. Should the project not move forward, the work will need to be funded by fiscal year to fiscal year capital appropriations. Some of the work that we know about just from a very basic evaluation are things like periodic leaks, rotted trim, uneven floors, mechanical systems. And obviously, as older buildings, both of these buildings do not meet current accessibility standards. Next slide. So why do we need a new library? Increased demand. Our program numbers are up significantly. Children's programming between fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 25, attendance almost doubled. Visitors to the library have gone up from 94,414 in fiscal 23 to 113,203 in fiscal 25. And just on a practical level, because of the facilities that we have, we're seeing demands for things like space for Zoom calls, space for meetings, small meetings and things like that, that we're not able to accommodate in our present facilities. In terms of space limitations, as many of you know, there's only one meeting room between both libraries. As a result, we have to stagger our programming. We can't have simultaneous kids and adults programs, and sometimes, we have to build and buffer things, whatever. That also creates a situation where we have limited public access to the meeting rooms, which is something that we've seen a real community demand for, community groups looking for a place to meet. We're often not able to provide that, and because, it comes at a cost to library programming. We are severely space constrained in terms of our collections. And as many of you know, in the summer, the parking is very, very difficult. So those are all challenges. Speaking to accessibility, the current facilities have been retrofitted to make them accessible, but they're certainly not up to modern standards. Patrons need to use stairs or an elevator to access all programming that are done in our meeting room and the children's room at the South Yarmouth Library. Aisles and doorways are narrow, which is very challenging for patrons with mobility concerns. And then, our technology is also retrofitted, so we don't have the same kinds of facilities that a modern library would have. Okay, next slide, please. So a new library would provide multiple meeting and study rooms so the community can have space together, meet in small groups or work independently. The design includes, as you'll see, individual study rooms, small group rooms, and larger meeting rooms. It would be fully accessible, designed with all of the, to meet modern standards and with, modern accessibility improvements. It would support technology needs, not only for patrons using in the building, but it would allow us to expand our outreach by doing a lot more technology programming in terms of education and other related things. It would provide adequate shelving for the library's collection of books, media, and space, and it would allow us to expand our collections of library of things and other related things. Ample and sufficient staff workspace, we're very space constrained, and contemporary infrastructure and efficient building systems. I'm going to hand it over to Vice Chair Tom Pendleton.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out. A couple of things we're going to talk about in the next set of slides is, one, the timeline on the project. Sorry. The next set of slides, we're going to talk about several distinct things. One is the timeline. Two is the actual physical layout of the building and its location. And two are some really stunning renditions and concept drawings on the library. As you can see by this timeline, we're at the beginning. When this project's approved, we will go into architect and engineering design services, and then the bid process will take about 2 months, the construction phase about 18 months. So we're looking at really 32 months from beginning to end of this project, with the doors opening for the new library sometime in 2029. You can go to the next slide, Amy. So one of the charges for our committee was to find a site. We initially looked at the Simpkins Field or the Joshua Sears Field, which is adjacent to the MacArthur School, and it turns out we could not use that site, so we moved over to the northeast corner, directly behind, or not directly behind, but close to the MacArthur School. And Route 28, just to orient you, is along that top section of the slide. So you're looking at Route 28, and the library's in that wooded corner, in that northeast corner of the project. You can go. Oh, can you go back just one? One of the great things about this project is we're going to increase the parking lot size, enhancement parking for both the school and the library. So the school, the MacArthur School, will get some new parking, and the circulation for the buses coming into the school and to the library, you'll get better circulation and drop-off points. So this is the physical layout of the building, and it's divided into 3 distinct wings. And at the top wing is the adult section of the library. And in that adult section, you're going to find several, at least 6, individual study carrels for people who want to have quiet space. You'll have some study carrels that will accommodate 4 to 5 people in those study carrels. You will also have direct sight lines from the circulation decks in the library The circulation desk can see all the way down to the end of the adult wing. Behind the circulation desk, you have the staffing offices. Down in the bottom wing of the library is going to be the new community area, where you'll have a community room that can accommodate about 115 people. You'll have also a separate classroom that it can accommodate 10 to 15 people if you want to have a special class. And that community wing will be accessible off hours, so you can close off the rest of the library and still have access to the community wing. And then the teen wing and the children's wing going out into that nice wooded area. And the circulation desk for the teens is there, and they're going to have access and sight lines throughout the whole wing. And then a lobby, of course, coming in from the parking lot, and we'll see some renditions of that. You can go to the next slide. So this is looking from the parking lot, looking at the community wing of the library, very open. The entrance to the library is down in that corner down there. Amy, you can go. Another view of the Yarmouth Public Library. The access to the entrance down there, under a covered portico. You can go, Amy, that's fine. And this is the entrance. This is the entrance to the library. You can see going down, you can see down the adult wing all the way, the children's wing to the left, and the teen room just to that right-hand side. And the teens will have separate space so they can be left alone. You know how teens, they like to have their little private space. And our lovely children will be getting out of the basement of the South Yarmouth Library. This is the children's circulation desk with our lovely children's librarian. Looking down, you can see, again, she has perfect sight lines all the way down the wing of the building, and a separate kind of STEM area for projects and classroom work with children and teens. Amy? And this is at the very end of the adult wing, looking out at that lovely wooded area. Perfect place to sit and read. You also have outdoor porches, outdoor access during nice warm months. Times they can walk outside, they can read and sit outside. Go ahead, Amy. The children's wing has the same deal. They have a porch on the outside where they can sit. The kids can go out and sit outside and read when it's a nice warm day. This is the community wing of the library. Again, it seats about 115 people. It has separate access after hours. It's very open and airy. Amy? This is a view from 28, looking at the children's library, the children's wing to the right, the adult wing to the left. There will be a crosswalk will be created to come across from Town Hall or the police barracks, if you happen to be visiting the police barracks, if you want to do that. You can see the outdoor porches on both sides where you can come outside and read. Amy? This is the same view at night. I think it's a stunning view, well lit. You can see it. It's a beautiful civic building which this town really wants to have. We really want to have a beautiful, brand new civic building. Amy? This is into that wooded area, and this is the end of the children's wing again with the porch, looking into this nice view of nature. The adult wing back on the top part of the picture. Amy? And I'm going to turn it over to Bob Wittenauer, our town administrator, and he's going to walk you through our numbers.
Come down here, be a little more comfortable. Good evening, Robert Rittenauer, your town administrator. Thank you very much. I'd like to briefly go over some, okay. We'll move the mic over. That way, it'll be right in front of my mouth. So we're going to go over briefly some of the financial considerations for this project. I think we're going to need that boiler slide. See if we can get the boiler up. And first, I'd like to thank the building committee for all of their hard work, and Dave Aronson, our new library director. He's doing a phenomenal job for the community. And, we sincerely have some historic timing for this project, as you've heard. This is a long-standing community need that has been the subject of many years of study and analysis, and we have to give really the special thanks to the select board here in our community for ensuring that that analysis that was completed covered all of the aspects of the project and the studies, and as you've seen, there's been many years of study for the project. Now, we've heard a great deal about the tremendous need for this project, which is well documented, as we don't have an adequate library facility for our community size currently. But clearly, I think the most compelling reason to move forward now with this project is this historically significant state grant award that's associated with it, and also how this project fits in with our other community needs. And let's see if we can get just a little detail on the project costs. As you can see, we have the total eligible cost of $32 million and change, and we have been awarded a $13,438,478 state grant for this project, which also carries an additional $403,154 available if we meet the energy conservation goals, which have been designed into the project. So we know we've met those goals. This makes this one of the largest grants ever received by the town and covers nearly 40% of the total project cost. And if we can move to the next slide, it gives you a little bit of detail on what some of your tax rate impact is for the project, and I'd like to get right into that. With just the grant alone, the cost of the project is approximately $10 per month for the average taxpayer at its highest, and it's a declining payment schedule down to about $580 a month by the end of the 20-year payback period. As you can see, let's go to the next slide. We have a chart. It's a little hard to read, but what it shows that a project like this has a 20-year payback period, and it starts off high and it's a declining debt. So where you get the $119 annual fee for an average taxpayer in year one, that declines to $70. And also on this project, there is a $2.5 million private fundraising goal. If met by the town, could reduce the project to as low as $8.62 a month to start, declining down to $5.11 over the term, which for a building of this size is a very good value for our taxpayers. Now, additionally, in planning a project of this nature, the town takes advantage of our well-developed capital planning process to plan this project in conjunction with all of our other community needs. Now, we've never had such a comprehensive analysis of all of the building and infrastructure projects over the next 10-year period, and this information is incredibly helpful because it enables us to move forward and develop the strategies and plannings to accomplish these priority projects that we've identified in the plan. And I'd like to go to the next slide and call your attention that, we talked into, the concern about other priority projects and how this project fits in. And this is a snapshot of the 10-year capital improvement program for the town. And in voting this project, I want to make sure everyone is fully aware of all of the priorities that this community has lined up for these major infrastructure projects over the next 10 years. And we've put the 10-year period down there, and also I'll get into a little bit what those numbers represent. And there is essentially 5 major projects that we've got lined up for the next 10 years that are community needs that we've identified and laid out in your capital improvement program. They include this library project, the Bayberry Hills project, and that refers to the use of the Bayberry Hills Golf Course for additional groundwater discharge to serve the wastewater system that we're building. So there is an additional $35 million in construction costs that we're going to be seeing in order to provide that additional discharge site for the wastewater. We also need, we know, a new elementary school to replace the ME Small School. We're in the midst of financial feasibility on that project, and that's going on now. There was a feasibility study that is moving forward for our fire station. We're planning on, within the next 10 years, potentially requiring a new fire station, which we're financially planning for. And then on top of that, we have wastewater phase 2 at $60 million that's coming in at the tail end. And it's a lot of projects, and having this information all together at once enables us to put together a strategy for how these projects are going to be completed. And it starts with the cash flow needs for these projects. We have the total amounts up at the top. And the first thing I want to point out, it was mentioned, of leveraging outside funding to meet these major community needs. These projects aren't up here because of the outside funding. These projects are the priorities of the community. However, each one of these major projects, we haven't got a grant lined up yet for the fire station, but there's massive grants associated with these, 0% financing in some aspects. But you see, the first thing that we try to do in the capital planning is to leverage as much as we can in terms of the state grants, federal grants, bring the partners in, and that lowers the cost to local taxpayers. Secondly, we benefit on a cash flow basis that over the 10 years, all of these projects don't come due at once. So it's not like we're running out and doing 5 projects at the same time and we have the cumulative impact of those all at once. You can see what these numbers are that starts in the 2028. Those are the debt service requirements, the amount that the town is going to pay off the bonds to do each of these projects. And as you can see, the first one that starts would be the short-term notes for the library in 28 and 29, and we don't really start paying on the principal, and we went over those amounts, how much they'll be, until we get into 2030, and then it gears up 2031 through 2036, and those are the bond payments that have the tax impact that we outlined on the previous slide. Similarly, Bayberry Hills really doesn't kick in till you get into the 2031 time frame. The elementary school, even on a fast track, is more, the debt will hit in that 2033 time frame. Fire station, a couple of years after that, and wastewater phase 2 is really about several years off, and there's a construction period to that that takes some time. So by the time we start paying off those notes, which that's largely going to be betterment-oriented debt to connect new homes to the phase 1 system, that kicks in the 2035-36 time frame. And I want to give you a little sense of how this comes together in terms of all of our debt needs. And the next chart, let's show that. This is also from our capital improvement program. And what this lays out is all of the projected debt service, not just the next 10 years, but out through 2064. And as you can see, the current years, we really haven't done a lot of tremendous investment in the various infrastructure items. We have the existing debt in the blue leading up, and it starts in 26, 27. And those 5 projects that I've outlined, this graph shows how we ramp into those and then how we ramp down. And obviously, there's a need over the next several years to ramp into some pretty significant projects. And I know, it takes a strategy to determine, and you really need to look at it through this comprehensive framework that takes you out for the life of these loans to come up with the strategy for doing that. So if you can follow this chart, what you see happening is as we ramp into these projects, you hit that high note that's in about 10 years or so. It's actually the year 2037 is the first year. So roughly 10, 11 years from now that we see the cumulative impact hit on this number of projects. And I think everyone agrees that all of the projects that we've outlined here, these aren't every project that you can conceive of. These are the projects that made the highest ranking of priority projects that we need for the town over the next 10 years. Projects that were not as important, not ruled a priority, don't show up on this list. So by looking at the planning, what debt is required, we're able to develop a strategy for how we're going to meet these. And maybe we can go to the next slide. And I'd like to lay out that the town's strategy through the capital improvement program currently is to combine these several projects together with a residential exemption for year-round taxpayers that would enable the average year-round taxpayer to save a significant portion of the cost of the project debt. It is the laws of the Commonwealth allow communities to adopt these strategies, which are particularly helpful when if you're an area that has a large seasonal population, you have a tremendous need for additional infrastructure resources. They shouldn't all just be paid for by the residential taxpayers. And as we've discussed this evening, with overrides and new projects coming up, what we need to work on is a system of property tax relief for the residential year-round property taxpayer that is in that average range, that it's not adequate to simply have the same tax structure that we have. Let's talk about the library. Now, what we're talking about is how we're going to pay for the library, right? So,
Order, please.
what the residential, bear with me. This is probably the most important information that we've discussed this evening. What the residential exemption allows the community to do is for a year-round residential taxpayer that we can exempt anywhere from 10% up to 50% on a sliding scale of the value of your residential property in order to provide property tax relief. And that is the strategy that the capital improvement program recommends so that we can afford having the new library, but also the other projects that we've outlined. And I want to show you how that works. If you take not just the library, we've talked about exactly how much the library costs, but put that in the context of the other needs of the town. And that was what the concern was expressed, I know, by the Finance Committee, is how do you fund all of the projects at once and not just one and leave the other one out. That high level, fiscal year 2037, when all of the projects are, the debt level is at its highest level, the combined impact of all of the projects together on the property tax is 0.572 per thousand. So it's about 50 cents on the tax rate, 57.2 cents on the tax rate. And the cost to an average taxpayer in 2025 dollars for all of those projects taken together, stacked up, would be an annual cost on an average tax bill of $389.22. Now, if you adopt the residential exemption at just the lower level, it can slide, if you're a seasonal community, anywhere up to 50%. And what we're saying is to just, in our community, for these numbers to work, you adopt it at the lower level in conjunction with that increase in the debt service in 2037, the average taxpayer savings is a little over $300, which means that the net impact of all 5 of these projects for the average residential taxpayer is $83. And what it does, it's a system that we can put in place in order to fund the infrastructure that we need all of these projects that have been delayed for many years without having that we've talked about this evening, the cumulative impact on the average residential taxpayer. And we've identified in our community that one of the most striking components of our tax system is the value of the properties that we have in our community. It's been pointed out earlier, they're lower than we have in some of the other more affluent Down Cape communities. And this strategy is geared specifically towards Yarmouth to help provide property tax relief and be able to achieve these projects. That's how it works. That's basically our system. And let's maybe see our next slide here. We want to show the town of Yarmouth, right?
I'll defer to the audience. Is there a way to cut to the chase here?
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe we've led to the questions portion of it. I think people in the back, somebody in the northeast corner.
Hi, Melanie McKenzie, Franklin Street, Precinct 6. I don't have too much to add. There was a really good presentation by the town administrator and the library director, as well as the head of the Library Building Commission. Something that I just want to point out about a current lack of our library facilities. We currently have 2 town-funded library facilities. As of 2025, those 2 library facilities together were reported to have just under 54,000 print items in the collections amongst both those libraries, compared to towns about a quarter of our size, like Eastham and Orleans. Those towns have 57,000 print items in their collection, so they have facilities that are equipped to have 9 books per person versus our 2 books per person in Yarmouth. So as just a statistic about what we need for our facilities in order to accommodate the size of our 25,000 people population, that's just kind of a taste of what we need in order to have adequate library facilities for our community. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think you were here. Yeah, go ahead. Identify yourself, even if you've spoken
Pamela
before.
Phipps, Precinct 2. To our town administrator, I want you to know you did a fine job. Not just now, but I listened to your video today, which gave me a broad sense of how all of this works. It probably was clarified for me, but I didn't see it. That's a lot of beautiful landscaping there. Is that in that price?
Yes. The construction cost you're seeing is for the whole project.
Okay. So my understanding is we're trying to take advantage of the 13 million grant from the state, and that's pushing us really today to wrap this up. I think it's a beautiful project. But I'd like to know, because I've appreciated all the votes from the boards, and this is the first time I've seen so many negatives about this, and I'd like to know why that is.
The question is posed to who?
The Finance
Excuse me?
Committee.
Finance Committee?
There are 2 committees.
Richard
and
Simon
they
will
voted.
answer that question.
Okay, thank
Right.
you.
The Finance Committee specifically had a concern about what Mr. Rittenauer was addressing, which was, what is the strategy if you didn't have the residential tax exemption in place? So we had a collective concern that the debt service combined with the operating cost would add too much to our project total town budget. Two of the members who didn't vote on this had to recuse themselves because while they were supportive of the library, they were not allowed to vote on it.
Because?
Because they have potential appearance of a conflict of interest.
So my question is, now that you have seen how he's laid out the costs to the taxpayer in the future, how would your vote change?
The vote would be we would have to reflect that when we stand up. We're not changing our vote from the information that we got. We would have to reflect that when we vote.
Oh, with us, with all
with
of
us,
us
yep.
tonight. And what about the other committee?
Thank you. I can only
Board.
speak for myself and Mark were the two from our board that voted not to support the article. It's unfortunate, as you said, the library is beautiful, but from my perspective, it came about the total cost and the priorities for debt for our town. So while I think it's a beautiful project, and there's no doubt that I think people need to know that no matter what happens, we're going to have to invest money in our libraries. But I just felt that $22 million right now is just too much debt for the taxpayers. When we have a priority, we really have an issue with Emmy Small. We all know that we need to do something that's going to be coming before the taxpayers soon. And if I had to prioritize, that would be a project I would put first.
I do want you to know I asked that question because I very much respect and I honor all the work you do to give us your opinion on these things. So it wasn't meant to challenge you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back there in the northeast corner.
Harris Contos, Precinct 3. I'm obligated to be brief. I will summarize David Aronson's presentation with these words. I think they are these. He was essentially saying, I can't give this town what it needs with what we've got. With Mr. Rittenauer's presentation, I can show you what you can get for $10 a month. I think I can spring for that. The other thing is, the importance of the library in a community hasn't been much stressed here, but I will provide an example that I found stunning. During World War II, in the siege of Stalingrad, a brutal 900-day affair, the Communist Party elders made it a point to keep the library open because it was critical to the life of the community. The importance of libraries goes back even further to the establishment of the Great Library in Alexandria in antiquity. What we are facing here is that antiquity is becoming a defining characteristic of our library services. We can do better. We need to do better. A word about taxes. Of course, it's within this country's DNA. Who was it? Was it Patrick Henry who said no taxation without representation? Well, there's another famous American who also said something about taxes, but it's less familiar. It was Oliver Wendell Holmes who said, it does not bother me to pay taxes. With them, I buy civilization. I can think of no better expression of civilization than a public library. I ask you to vote in the affirmative here tonight and at the polling booth May 19th. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back, Mr. Holcomb, were you in the library?
Yes, thank you. Norm Holcomb, Precinct 1. First of all, Mr. Rittenauer talked about a $380 residential exemption. Was that the number? 300 per year residential exemption? What was the number, Mr. Rittenauer? Okay, $306. So has the select board considered that previously? And if so, why hasn't it been enacted? So you're saving us that money already.
This is a tool that is employed in order to facilitate meeting our infrastructure needs. If you could do a tax exemption right now, but how do you use that statute in order to enable the community to move forward? I think that's the question.
So if every taxpayer residential taxpayer in town saves $306, who's going to pay that? Somebody's got to pick up the tab. Who's going to pick up the tab?
The residential exemption shifts the tax burden to the non-resident taxpayers as well as properties that are valued extremely higher. So there's a
So it's going to
breakout point.
shift 300, I don't know, what's the total amount for, total dollar amount? So how much is going to be shifted to higher value properties?
It can go, it's a flexible range that communities select, and you can research this. It's in many communities in Massachusetts, many communities in your area, and it has a range from 10%, you can elect up to 50%. In our situation, the recommendation through the capital is to take the lowest amount, and the impact is, again, if the state system goes up to 50% on these and we're down at 10%, it's the lowest impact.
Who are we going to drive out of town?
Everybody.
Who are we going to drive out of town?
We're getting a little esoteric
not the residential taxpayer, not the average taxpayer. That's who this is. This is geared towards.
We'll drive all the
property
people that
tax
have
relief.
expensive homes out of the town. That's who.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Ma'am, you, right here. Go ahead.
Yes, Sally Johnson, Precinct 3. Mr. Wittenauer and the board, appreciate all the work you've done doing this study. However, that's an eyesore of a building for this town that has quintessential values and beautiful properties, and you're making it look like a city. We're a town. You're spending so much money, not to mention, in the future, you say 20 years or whatever down the road, 10 years, everybody has a smartphone. It has the internet. Nobody's going to need the paper book because nobody buys books. They use Audible. They use the internet. They don't buy magazines. They don't look at magazines. There's no encyclopedias. Hey, I got the mic now. Not to mention with your project being put into motion, with the project that you have currently for this new water waste treatment system, here's another question. You have the impact of traffic that is already impacted and businesses that are already impacted. It is not the right time to do this. It is not. People need places to commute or to convene. We have buildings on the Cape and in Yarmouth to use. It's cheaper to build up to code Mattakees Middle School, which I thought was supposed to be used for a community place, for our children and our future, or for whatever. But you're going way off the beaten path here by spending all of this money. And $306 or whatever dollars, I'm on a fixed income. I live on $16,000 a year. Let me tell you, that's jack squat, and it doesn't cover anything. That I can't afford. We don't need this.
Thank you. Back in the back there.
Thank you. Mark Fallon, Precinct 3. First, I want to thank the building committee. I think you went into this knowing tonight you were going to have your decisions questioned, to put it lightly. I think it's a perfectly beautiful building because it fits in a wooded environment, which is where you put it. The moderator started this meeting talking about community. The library is the one community source that we can all choose to use. And apparently, 113,000 people did this last year. So people do read paper books. People do know all of the answers are not on your smartphone. When we talk about affordability, we can talk about families and seniors that can't afford computers and high-speed internet access. The library provides that. We can talk about businesses that need to do research. I started my company, did the research on the internet, then I went to the library, found additional help. I believe the term was reliable sources of information, found that information. 25 years later, I'm still in business and I'm still going to the library. And lastly, the library can be a source of income. You saw the auditorium with 115 people. I speak for businesses around the country. More and more businesses are choosing venues like that to hold events, and we can charge money for that. Support the library, support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back. In the back in the northeast corner.
Christine Marzigliano, I'm Precinct 7. You know, as a resident, I like to support our schools, the police department, the fire department, the sewers. We're 50 years behind in the sewers, and we're going to have an elementary school coming up in the future. You know, as a senior, I'm not rich, and I'm sure that a lot of our seniors aren't rich either. My income over 20 years is flat. It's the same. The cost of my house has doubled in price. All my expenses have doubled, which means my purchase power is in half. So I have to be very frugal. Just as one example, my Social Security went up $50. My home insurance went up $150. So I'm already $100 a month in the red. So we need to be very frugal in our budgets. The town needs to be frugal. Our libraries are alive and well and are serving our residents. If upgrades are needed, I would rather see a proposal for upgrades rather than $22 million for a new library. I have a big problem with the town neglecting maintenance on buildings and parks, and then they come to us and they want something new for millions and millions of dollars. If the building, the South Yarmouth Library, needs improvements, a lot of these improvements can be gotten through CPA grants. I helped the Yarmouth Port Library file several improvements. They put in new windows. We need a new HIVAC system. The front bricks needed to be repointed. All of these were covered with CPA grants. And for the 10 years that I served on CPA, the town never came for any improvements on the South Yarmouth Library. We don't need a new library. We only need an upgraded present one. And I urge everyone to vote no on the proposed $22 million project. Let's use this money for the new grade school coming up in the future.
Thank you. Ma'am. Ma'am.
My name is Linda Bryant, and I'm in precinct number 2. I want to let you know that I think this is beautiful. This is a town-size library. This is not city-size. I've lived in cities with huge 4-story libraries. This is exactly what we need. I have been into the South Yarmouth Library 2 or 3 times, and it's real. I've gone to meetings in the basement. They're really depressing, just going into the building. There's no room to move around in the library. I've got hundreds of books that I want to donate that are genealogy and colonial history, and there's no place to put them. I'm hoping the new library can use them. But I went to the meeting at the Yarmouth Senior Center 2 or 3 weeks ago and heard pretty much this before. I was really impressed with how well they organized their planning and their funding and their sources and everything. You know, I've lived a long life with my share of financial strains. Had a husband who took me through bankruptcy and divorce at the same time, so I know how to budget. So I think what they've done has done a lot toward this town, and I'm so pleased that we're going to move into the 21st century with this building.
Thank you. Sir, in the back.
My name is John DeLaso, Precinct 6. I talked to a number of my neighbors about this. I feel informed beyond my own views and opinions. The first observation I'd make tonight is that we have leadership in the town that's been asked to look at this and to study it and render a judgment. The Finance Committee, which is really trying to do their very best for all of us, has looked at this and made a judgment that it's not affordable. The select board is split. Everybody involved here is sincere. They're trying to do the right thing. But when we ask people, intelligent, learned people, to look at a problem over time, and they do, and we choose to ignore their opinion, you have to question, why are we doing that? A library would be a nice thing. There's no question about it. I might want to have a Ferrari and a Bentley. Nice thing. Can't afford it. There's been no talk about the survival of the West Yarmouth Library, something that's near and dear to me, as it is to almost all the people who live in the West Yarmouth community. And I would add, there's a silent group of people not in the room. That's about 30% of the property owners in the town who are seasonal residents. They get to pay and have no say on anything. Most of them would be very in favor of the current library arrangement. When we look, I'm not a financier per se, but I took a good look at the 2025 annual report. We're looking at an aggregate debt. My arithmetic could be off a little bit, but with the $207 million bond obligation for the sewers and outstanding unpaid bonds for the tech school, the school we're in right tonight, the DPW facility, water commitments, et cetera, I come up with around $280, $290 million worth of debt right now. So when I was a boy, I learned a little bit about the donkey and the carrot. Once upon a time, I'm told that if you had a cart and it was pulled by a donkey, you took a long pole and you put a carrot on a string and you put it out in front of the donkey. And that donkey would pull that cart all over the place. So what the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is doing is they put the carrot out there and they're encouraging the town of Yarmouth to go over the financial cliff. It's not that this isn't a nice thing. We could debate whether it's the right architecture for the town or not. I think, like most of us, before we buy a new car, we have to say to ourselves, can we afford it? And what I'm hearing from the leadership of the town is this is not the time, despite, if you will, the offering from the Commonwealth. So I just ask that everybody recognize that there are well-intentioned people, and I don't question the motivations of the library people, but I think if we're going to be serious about water infrastructure, 2 years from now, we're going to have a pipe down 28 and a treatment plant. And a teeny number of homes will be reached. And we're looking at a spreadsheet tonight that talks about getting to the homes with the sewers in 8 or 10 more years. My priority would be that we use resources to start sewering the town.
I hate to cut you off. I think you made your point. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have someone over here.
Could I just speak for one thing?
Yes, hello?
Let's get this question first, and then we'll go to you, David. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Janice Henderson, longtime West Yarmouth resident, born and raised. Watched my library, thank you. Walked to my library, still in good shape. We have 3 libraries in the town of Yarmouth. And I'm all for fixing up old stuff. I'm fixing up this old stuff, and it's not easy. We don't need to spend all that money on a new library when we have 3 libraries. And now, what's going to happen to the 3 libraries? Nobody's going to take care of them because now we got a brand new library which needs maintenance. And it's not in a wooded area like that. I know the area very well. You're going to plant all those trees, which cost money. You know, I don't understand. I don't understand the craziness with people spending millions of dollars here, there, everywhere. It's out of control in this country. It's out of control in the state. And it's out of control in the town of Yarmouth.
Thank you. Actually, and I hear you. I'm going to try to limit the discussions to either questions or, your advocacy or your opposition is clear as a bell. And I'd like to ask that we keep those as brief as possible. If we have questions, that's a different story. Mr. Aronson wanted to make a comment on the last question.
Yeah, so I just wanted, the whole issue of West Yarmouth has come up several times. I just wanted to make it clear that the Select Board has made keeping that facility open a priority. Obviously, how that unfolds will be revealed in time, but I realize that's a concern for many of you, and I just wanted to be clear about that.
Ma'am?
Mary Jane Zanakis, South Yarmouth. I just want to say that the library is the only place you can go. You can go inside and not have to spend any money.
That way. Are you at the microphone?
Yeah, I am.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. My name is Jim Wolf. I am a Yarmouth Port resident, and I love libraries. Part of my career, I was a storyteller, and I went to all the libraries on the Cape. This is a few years back, and I got to see what they were like, but I also got to see people bringing their children there for stories. Let's put it this way, they're free, and us investing in this library says to me, we are not a town that's going to drown in our own ignorance. So we need to do things like this, and I've got to say to the committee, great work. I've got to say to the town administrator, great work. I'm sorry, Finance Committee, you couldn't see a little bit further into the future, but I appreciate your work too. All I'm going to ask is, where's the ballroom?
Hey. Sir?
Yes, Jim Logan, Precinct 3. I will end this with a question for everyone. I've been down here about 10 years now, and I moved from Walpole, Mass. And that town had almost an identical problem that we have right now. They desperately needed a new library. To update the existing one, would have to go fully to code, and they couldn't do it. So and they also had 4 main projects they had to address at the same time. So finally, they came to a vote, and it passed by 7 votes. And it opened in February of 2012. And the 32,000 square foot facility offers modern amenities, including study rooms, a dedicated children's program room, improved accessibility and outdoor green spaces. And it became a thriving community space used by many, many residents as a place for socializing, as a study space, a formal meeting center, and for sharing experiences and ideas. Visits went up 100 and 200%. I thought libraries today serve as valuable community assets to a far greater extent than in the past, and I believe this shift will significantly contribute to establishing a central hub for community development that Yarmouth presently needs. And so my question is, if you had 4 or 5 main projects that you had to address in the next 10 years, and someone offered to pay you 41% of the cost, wouldn't you accept it? Thank you.
Thank you. I consider that rhetorical. I think you're next, sir.
I just have a few things to say. Benjamin McKenzie, 5 Franklin, West Yarmouth, I believe Precinct 6. One is there are not 3 libraries in Yarmouth. I think anyone who's been to our libraries knows that there are two, South Yarmouth and West Yarmouth. I personally grew up, is it a public library or a private?
Yarmouth Port is a private library.
Yes, it is. We have two public libraries
Please.
within our town, within our purview as voters to oversee. The library is more than books. This is not about what a collection of books means to this community. This is a space for individuals to gather, for people to access information, to find jobs, to have community spaces where they can have community events without being expected to pay exorbitant fees. This is not something that is available within our community right now. We do not have large gathering spaces. We do not have small free gathering spaces. As a 31-year-old member of this community, I do not have a third location to go and not spend money. If I want to talk to another adult, I can go to the bar. That's about it, which feels a little sad. Secondly, I've heard from our select board and our two dissenting members that this is necessary for our community. We heard it out of their own mouth, that this is necessary. So my question to them is, you have a 38% down payment from the state for construction. What do you think will be cheaper in the future? Do you think that, I think everyone here knows the cost of construction is not going down. What? I think we all know that. Nextly, I just think that to say that our current library facilities are in good shape and they need some fixing up it tells me that you're not a patron of our libraries, okay? If you've been to the bathrooms in the West Yarmouth Library, you would not tell me that that library is modern and affixed with the appropriate amenities to serve our community. You would not. I grew up 500 yards from the West Yarmouth Library. I love that building. But it is not the replacement. It is not satisfactory as a community space for a town the size of Yarmouth. There are over 25,000 people here. We need more amenities.
Time out. Pretend you're in the library.
Anyway, my question to the select board would be, do you really think that it will be cheaper to build modern amenities in the future? Do you really think you are going to have a second bite at a 40% payment for construction?
Okay.
If you really do,
Thank you very much.
I haven't seen it.
Thank you. We'll go with you. Anybody that's in line right now, no more, we're going to have to limit this.
I promise to say what I have to say in one sentence. It may have a semicolon.
Did you identify yourself?
I'm
sorry.
Leslie Altman from Yarmouth Port.
Okay.
And my one sentence is that the Yarmouth Port Library is a public library. It is not a private library. It is open to everybody. It's a member of CLAMS. It doesn't cost you anything more than it does to walk into West Yarmouth. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thanks. I think back there. There's nobody else behind. Are you in line? Right here. There's a line here. Pardon?
Can I just respond to that?
David, yeah.
I just want to clarify what I'm saying. There is a difference between a public library that is a municipal department, which the Yarmouth Town Libraries consist of the West Yarmouth Library and the South Yarmouth Library. They are public libraries that are funded through municipal appropriations paid for by your taxes. Yarmouth Port is a privately funded library. Yes, it is open to the public, but it is run by a foundation, and that is what supports it. Your tax dollars do not support the operations of, directly support the operations of the Yarmouth Port Library.
Thank you. Back there. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jane Kane, Precinct 7, retired library director. I just thought I would like to clarify some of the confusion or fill in some of the blanks on this library project. Also, David, we do pay a little stipend to Yarmouth Port. That was part of the agreement in 2008. But that's a different story. But it is a public library, privately funded. So a little past history. The town had a design grant in hand from the state in 2004. That was the result of a winning application started in 1999. That article failed at the time by 33 votes. So we were close then. 22 years have gone by with no significant improvements to the library buildings. Lots of study and planning to support where we are tonight. I became library director here in Yarmouth in early 2014, and we applied for a grant from the state in 2024. So 10 years went by to get us to that point. We were delighted to be chosen. There were 7 awards granted from 22 applications, 7 awards granted, and now there's a wait list of 6 towns. The documentation has been put up on our website and is available. We've had open houses, year after year, information sessions, and things like that. We've looked at our usage statistics, facilities conditions in each location, programming and our basic needs, especially through 2022 and 2023 as we prepared for the most recent grant round. And each time, town meeting approved our securing a consultant and funding these studies. Dozens of volunteers have been working with the select board, a planning committee, a building committee, a study committee, that was way back when, worked with me, and we came up with what we consider to be our needs, not our wants, our needs. So this would be the 4th or 5th time in the library's history that the town has supported this study, and the conclusion remains the same. We need a modern library. The conditions of the buildings have already been discussed. We have 1 children's room, we have 1 meeting room. The children's staff puts on hundreds of programs for teens and children's each year, and they're either packed like sardines, or they're on the small lawn at South Yarmouth, or they're on the front lawn at West with the noise and the crush of Route 28 traffic nearby. There's not enough public parking at either location. At the end of every program, the staff has to break down the equipment, put it away, take it out a few hours later or the next day, and that takes a lot of valuable staff time. No, I'm just giving you some clarification.
Jane, I appreciate it. Do you have a question?
No, I just want to say that now is the time, and I would appreciate people's consideration on behalf of the staff that works in small, undersized conditions, for the lack of bathrooms that are in the public buildings. And yes, we have studied whether or not renovation versus new construction makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I don't want
Thanks,
any more.
everybody.
Like I had said earlier, your vote will stand for your advocacy or opposition. Unless someone has a question, if you don't have a question, don't say much, or I'll have to. You got a question, I can tell.
Mr. Moderator.
I can tell you got a question.
Hi, I'm Angela Carbone, and full disclosure, I am on the library board, not the building advisory board. And I live in West Yarmouth. I love my West Yarmouth library, but I went on the library board thinking, I got to save this library. What I see now is the town has totally outgrown it, but I won't go there. What I wanted to say is tonight's vote is not to accept the project or not accept the project. We are voting to put this on the ballot. And if we put it on the ballot, more people who are not in this room right now, who couldn't come tonight or don't really know much about town meeting and what a hoot it is to be here. Would you let me finish?
She made a good point, though. I'll give you credit. You made a good point.
This point is that we're not voting on the project. And the question I have is for the Finance Committee, and I know this is a question. I'm curious to know when you said that you voted against approving this because you didn't know enough about how it was going to be funded. And I really appreciated the long but very informative presentation on that about the debt ceiling, not the debt ceiling, but the accumulation of debt and how it will get paid off. And I guess is it true you can't say now whether you would vote differently knowing, having that information?
Was that a question to the Finance Committee?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Richard, did you? The committee
If
has
you have
not.
more information
No,
now, you voted.
no. So the committee has not voted. We'd have to have another vote on that. So I think you're going to see very shortly how we would vote.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moderator, this side of the room, over here.
Somebody talking?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, next.
Lori Gallagher, West Yarmouth. We are the seasonal people who have finally moved down here, and you've had great fun spending our tax dollars for several properties. What I want to say is it true that this vote is to just put something on the ballot? Then what I want to say is it's taken 20, 30, 40 years to get to this place, and the promise of a new library has been made all of that time, and I want to know if the maintenance of the existing libraries has been postponed pending a new library. I think that it is time to put it on the ballot and move forward because you've stalled everybody, and had you done it 20 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about $22 million.
Final question.
It's just been kind of gray if the plan was, if this does come into, Kelly Abrecht, Precinct 5. If this did come into vote, is the plan to close both West Yarmouth and South Yarmouth? I know it was mentioned, like, we want to keep West Yarmouth. It was just casually mentioned, but just wanting to know, like, what that plan is.
I can speak to that, Mr. Moderator. So the Select Board has been pretty emphatic that they are committed to keeping West Yarmouth open. South would cease to function as a library. It's a town-owned building, and the town would then decide what it was planning to do with that building.
There's like a part 2 question to that. So we've been putting a lot of money in the Matakees Middle School, so if we did close the South Yarmouth, would selling of that land be on the table so we're not just putting more money into an empty building and not getting anywhere with it?
I think that's a question that has yet to be explored.
Okay. I hear no further questions. Does somebody have a real question that looks like this? Go ahead.
Kim Berner, South Yarmouth. Thank you very much, Mr. Town Administrator. My question for you is, when we get to 2037 or 34, 35, when it looks as if everything is going to be very high, can we believe that we are going to use this tax break that you've told us about? Like, so if we put this on the ballot, let the whole town decide if it gets voted in, and we have all these expenses coming, will we use this? Can we feel assured that we will have this?
I just want to say that I think in terms of that would be something that would have to be approved by a future town meeting. The board hasn't made any commitment to that yet, but no matter what happens, it would have to be approved at a future town meeting. So we can't speak for what will happen at that particular town meeting in some year in the future.
But the fact that it's on the table in our awareness means that we would raise it again?
I can say that this board has had brief discussions about it in terms of utilizing it in some way to help offset in the future, but I can't say what a future board might do or a future town meeting.
Are there any more questions?
Bill Kerwin, Precinct 1. I'll keep it to 60 seconds or less. My question is regarding the nature of the 38% down payment, the grant that we're getting from the state. On March 24th, at the Select Board meeting, Liz Argo stated on record that Yarmouth scored high on the grant because we are a social justice community. Now, that was the same night the four of you decided that the voices of 34 people outweighed the voices of 20,000. So I want to know what the nature of this grant is, because now it's suspect in my mind.
The grant, so the state has, it is a state-run grant program. It's funded by a state bond. The state sets its parameters based around community size, community need. There are a lot of different factors that go into that. The state holds grant rounds roughly every 5 years. The total sum of the appropriation that is distributed between different communities is determined by a state agency.
So there's no social justice requirement for this grant?
That's not really part of it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. You have a question?
I have a question.
Well, hold on.
I've been standing here.
I'll rephrase this. Do you have an interrogatory? And you can have a question.
I have a question. My name's Michael Maloney, 9 Vineyard Street, South Yarmouth. I'd like to move this question and move to a vote.
Do we have a second? All in favor of moving the question? Okay. This requires a 2/3 vote. I'm going to ask all in favor of the article to stand and hold your card up high. I did say that. Oh. Okay. The calling the question was a 2/3 vote. So I could see that. So, okay, now you can sit down. We may have to, we'll have to figure this out. All opposed to the motion, please stand. Please, everyone, please sit down for a second. Okay, there's only two possibilities of. Everyone will stand if you're in favor of the vote. Oh, the calling a question? Well, okay, it was pretty good. I have to take a revote on calling the question. And let's do a standing vote. Calling the question, we need a 2/3 vote. All in favor of calling the question, please stand. Okay. Now you can sit down. Thank you again. I feel bad for people that have a hard time standing. All opposed to calling the question, please stand. Okay. It's very clear that calling the question passed by a 2/3 vote. Okay, now, the Article 15. All in favor of Article 15, please stand and raise your card. Okay. Please sit down. All opposed to Article 15, please stand up and raise your card. Okay. We're going to have to do a count because it's a 2/3 vote. It's close by 2/3. It's a majority, but it's not two. I can't tell.
Can the tellers come forward, please?
So here's what we do. And we're going to ask you again. This is just like a library. We're going to ask you to do that again. And while you're standing, we'll get to this. While you're standing, we have people called tellers. And the tellers will literally count you, and you have to stay standing in your row until they tell you to sit down. So we're going to do a literal count. We'll get the number of yay votes and then the number of nay votes, and we'll divide it by 2/3, and we'll see what the numbers come out to. Okay, so we'll ask for your cooperation. That should take about 5 minutes. No, you're voting on the motion. Well, your point is well taken, but you're literally voting on the motion as made in the warrant. If the outcome is to go on the ballot, that's the outcome. If they vote it down.
It's going on the ballot anyway.
Yeah, but we don't have to go down and be sworn in.
They should have. Yeah, it's in the motion. That's what I'm saying. They should vote the motion.
No, I know, but we have to get sworn in, right?
No, she's not.
Don't swear nobody. Okay.
Nah.
Swear I will do my job. Okay. I know, but.
Point of clarification, please.
They are.
Okay, I'm going to ask our counsel, Jay Taylorman, to explain. I just want to make sure everyone here understands this issue of whether it passes or not as to how it would affect the ballot question. So I'll ask Mr. Taylorman.
So the ballot question exists regardless of whether or not this vote either passes or fails. That ballot question is on the ballot. The motion before town meeting is to borrow the necessary money to fund the library, with the borrowing being contingent upon the passage of the ballot question. Both have to be approved in order for the library to move forward. So your vote is to approve the borrowing contingent upon the ballot question passing. So you are voting to approve this library project now. The ballot question also would have to pass in order for the library to proceed.
Thank you.
Tellers are all set.
Okay, so that we have, I think, 5 tellers, and they're going to count you, and I'm going to ask that you stand, hold your card up, remain standing until the tellers sort of tell you to sit down. So all in favor of Article 15, please stand and hold up your cards.
I'm sorry? Thank you. Did you get the stage? You need to count the stage as well.
So where are we giving the numbers to Mary?
They got you on the other side? So just these 49.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Monica.
Thank you.
You could have done all the sections by yourself.
It's hard.
So organized.
Okay, we just want to make sure we're doing this right, so bear with us.
So,
So you think you have an accurate count?
so just let me add them so that I know what we have. I just want to know what we have for
Did
yeses.
stand down? They look like they sat up.
Okay, we're almost ready to take the no votes. Please stay in your seats.
So I can call for it.
Yep.
All opposed to Article 15, please stand and hold your card up.
Rhonda. 17.
No, it's a good time, eh?
He must have a little.
All precincts reported in.
So you divide by 0.666.
Grand total of 491.
Is it 177?
So they needed 324. Right?
No.
Yeah, 491. Is your total 491?
You need to double the.
Double what?
You need to double the names, and they didn't get doubling the names.
Why double?
It's just the easy way to do that. 14 plus 177 divided by 3 times 2. They would have needed,
Come on, 800.
Yeah, they would have needed.
What do you double it?
Never mind, Kenny. You don't understand the way I'm doing it. It's fine. It did not work.
Well, how many votes were there in total?
314 to 177
And that's what?
is 491.
491. 2/3 of 491 is what?
3 multiplied by 2, which would be 320.
And they got what? Yeah, okay.
I'm correct. I'm 20. It is 314 and 177. Right, if you double the negative, then he doesn't like by doubling the negative now. So he's trying to get the accurate number. You have to have double the negatives.
So how do I announce, what's the number?
It was 314 to 177. It does not make a difference.
The vote is final. The vote is 314 in favor, 177 opposed. The vote fails. The motion fails. Article 16.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 16 as printed in the warrant.
Select Board?
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee? Oh, Planning Board? Is anybody here?
Mother's coming behind.
To take the mic home.
We're on the easy.
Planning Board?
Is there anybody here from the Planning Board?
Yeah, that's not.
Article 16, Planning Board.
It's not 16. It's not planning board. It's easements.
Community Services.
Well, we'll leave it at the Select Board, I guess. Do you want me to explain?
What do you mean?
Mr. Moderator, would you like me to explain the article?
Did the Finance Committee take a vote on Article 16?
We did. We
Okay.
recommended 5-0.
Okay.
Explanation.
This article will authorize National Grid to install and maintain natural gas service lines and related equipment necessary to provide natural gas service for the new water resource recovery facility and Phase 1 wastewater pump stations. Natural gas will be used to fuel backup generators at each site.
Questions, comments? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
2/3 vote. All opposed? The motion carries by a 2/3 vote. Article 17.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate $2,800,000 for the rehabilitation of the equalization tank at the Yarmouth Septic Facility, including all expenses incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, Sub 1, and/or Section 8, Sub 14, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town thereof. The Select Board and/or Town Administrator are authorized to apply for, accept, and expend any state aid, grants, or other revenue source that may be available for this purpose.
Select Board,
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
explanation.
The Septage Division
Did
proposes...
somebody second that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
The
Explanation.
Septage Division proposes to repair the failing equalization tanks at the Yarmouth Septage Treatment Facility. The equalization tanks hold the raw septage before it enters the treatment facility. Raw sewage creates a highly corrosive environment that has resulted in failure of the concrete roof and side walls of the two equalization tanks. Due to the poor condition of the tanks, all traffic, including the septage hauling trucks, have been diverted so as not to put additional strain on the tanks. Extensive repairs to the tanks are necessary to avoid complete failure of the structures. $4.4 million was allocated for this project at the 2025 annual town meeting based on engineers' estimates for rehabilitation of both tanks. However, bid results indicated that the original $4.4 million was not sufficient to proceed with rehabilitation of both tanks. Repair of the first tank is underway, but this additional funding is necessary to complete the second tank. The bond repayment is fully supported by septage revenues.
Are there any questions or comments? All in favor? All opposed? Two-thirds vote. It passes by two-thirds.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 18 as printed in the warrant.
Select Board,
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
explanation.
Mr. Moderator, at the annual town meeting of 2021, the town appropriated and borrowed $4.3 million for the design of the wastewater treatment facility. Currently, there is a balance of $1.9 million remaining in that account. The town is requesting the transfer of $400,000 for costs relating to the collection system. The remaining balance will be used for engineering costs related to Bayberry Hills discharge.
Any comments, questions? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Article 19,
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 19 as printed in the warrant.
Select Board,
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
explanation.
Town has received a groundwater discharge permit at 99 Buck Island Road that is approximately 30% of the necessary volume for Phase 1 of our wastewater plan. As a result, other locations were investigated, including Bayberry Hills Golf Course, for additional discharge capacity. It was determined that Bayberry Hills Golf Course provided the best location for additional effluent disposal. These funds will provide for final planning and design for recharge areas, irrigation ponds, piping and pumping systems associated with effluent discharge, as outlined in the hydrogeologic scope of work, the SOW, that has been submitted to the Department of Environmental Protection. It is anticipated that the construction funds for this recharge system will be requested at the April 2027 town meeting.
Any questions, comments?
I have a
Yeah,
point of
there's a
order
question.
for the next. I have a point of order for the next question. Do we have quorum for 29, or do we recess?
No quorum is needed.
But isn't
There is a
29
zero
need
quorum in the town of
2/3?
Yarmouth.
There's no quorum rule.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? There's no opposition. Motion passes. Article 20.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 20 is printed in the warrant.
Select Board?
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Explanation?
This article provides funding for settled or to-be settled collective bargaining agreements. The town strives to settle contracts that are fair to the employees and allows the town to stay within the constraints of Proposition 2.5.
Questions? Comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Article 21.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 21 is printed in the warrant.
Select Board?
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Explanation?
The Dennis Yarmouth School Committee turned the former Matakees Middle School over to the town of Yarmouth on August 31st, 2023. The Department of Public Works is seeking funds to pay for the ongoing costs for maintaining this former school building. The necessary costs include electricity, gas, HVAC maintenance, consulting services, and various building system maintenance costs.
Any comments, questions? All in favor?
There's a question.
Was there a question? Oops.
Kurt Sears, Precinct 1. What's the cost associated with this?
I'll let the town administrator answer that. I believe it's $2,000 a year. I think it's $2,000 a year.
200,000, isn't it?
200,000? Off by two zeros, am I?
This is Article 21.
Are we looking that up?
Go ahead,
Can I answer that,
Jeff.
Mr. Moderator? Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. This is for the ongoing costs of just maintaining that building. Gas, heat, and electricity total about $150,000 a year, and there's other costs associated with the fire suppression system and other maintenance repairs that bring it to $200,000. Thank you.
Questions, comments beyond that one? Yes, sir.
I didn't think I'd have to speak tonight, but I guess I do. Jim Saban, Precinct 7. I guess I'm questioning why we're spending money on a building that we're ultimately going to tear down. We're spending all this money looking at the Matakees Utilization Committees, looking at reusing the properties, but the building's basically vacant. We're going to ultimately tear it down. Why are we spending more money on an empty building? I guess that's kind of a thing for me to try to wrap my head around. If I have an empty building that I'm going to tear down, I'm not going to keep putting money into it. So maybe explain to me why we're spending money on something we're ultimately going to tear down.
Yes, thank you. It's a very good question. The building is not vacant. The portion that has the services and the expenses, we're fully utilizing the whole gymnasium area for recreational programming. And so that portion of the building is where the major costs are associated. And we're just trying to limp along the rest of the building and wrapping up this year. The Utilization Committee final recommendations are in, and we're beginning the financial feasibility for the next phase of the project. So we hope this is coming to a close.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, this lady right here.
Oh.
That you missed before.
Oh, yeah, well, she's, come on down. We saw you this time.
Why are we not?
You should identify yourself again.
Oh, sorry. Janice Donovan, South Yarmouth. Why are we not having people pay for some of that use that they're using for the Matakees School to offset some of the costs that we're paying to keep it open and using part of it to, like, recreation? Why isn't somebody subsidizing the $200,000 that we're asking the town to pay for.
These are the recreational programs that we offer for the children of our community, and they're subsidized. We provide the gymnasium for them, and we pay that. They don't make enough money to operate that building, and I don't think that there's any use that you can put out there that's going to generate enough to pay for
I thought
all
we
the
were
needs.
doing pickleball there, and I thought the fire department were doing testing or rescue problems there.
No, but the recreational, it's just the recreational programs. It's not the commercial pickleball leagues.
But if it's a hazardous because of asbestos and things like that, either it should be closed or opened, one or the other. I don't think you can have it both ways.
Right, it's the building is partially occupied, so the main structure is not. The gymnasium is occupied with the town's children's recreation programs, which is a town department that runs those programs.
But it's closed because of
No,
hazard?
it's not closed. There's no asbestos in the gymnasium. They have a valid occupancy permit, and they're operating their programs there now. And without that facility, we wouldn't be able to have those programs, so.
Okay.
Okay, this, no, this doesn't require. Is there another question?
Yes.
Sir.
Good evening, Doug McClellan, Precinct 5. Are we paying $150K just for the gym to heat and electrify it, or is that for the whole building?
Mr. Colby has this.
Yeah, Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. It's the entire building. There's certain, the temperature
Sorry,
is kept down.
If we're only using the gym, why are we heating the whole building?
Because the water system would freeze if it were at least kept at a minimum temperature.
Doesn't seem like a good use of resources. Could those recreational activities be shifted to one of the other schools in the district? Anybody?
The town does not have access to the other gymnasiums to operate the recreational programs, so it's.
Okay, so if we closed it completely, we could save $200K a year until the final disposition is made for the entire building. Fair?
Yeah, but you would eliminate the recreational programs. Right, that's what you're saying.
For $200K in savings for a building that's going to be torn down, and we just keep dumping good money after bad in there for a building that was never maintained to begin with. No answers, thank you.
Okay. Is there any more questions? I see a person moving here. You have a question?
Yes, Michael Ellis, South Yarmouth.
Okay.
Before the Mattakey School closed, when it was still in property of the DY school system, where were these recreational programs?
No, they were operated out of that gymnasium, they have been, but they've, expanded, and that's really their home for all of their programming that has gym space. That's really the only gym space that they have.
Okay, the town voted in a new school, we're in it. We can't work out some sort of agreement with the school system, especially after we just approved an override to use their space for some recreational programs?
Right. We don't have access to those gyms to operate the recreational programs.
But we did before. I'm confused about that.
No, they were done at Mattakey's, but then there's no recreational programming in this facility.
I understand there isn't, but why can't there be if they were previously programs in a DY school system-owned building?
They don't have the capacity in here to do the recreation, and that's something.
Well, we'll take a vote. All in favor? Oops, I'm sorry.
Another question. Dr. Smith has.
Dr. Smith?
Mark Smith, Superintendent of Schools, Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District. Just to answer the last question, the reason we have worked with the rec departments in both towns, but what folks have to remember is that to form this school, we closed 2 schools with existing gymnasiums that were larger than the capacity that we have in this one school. Same thing happened with field space. We went down with field space at 2 existing schools down to 1 school. So we've lost gymnasium space and lost field space, which has limited our ability to run both school programming and recreational programming. We did have a meeting with both, and again, we have both Dennis Recreation and Yarmouth Recreation looking to access our space, and we did work with them. Yarmouth was able to come up with another solution, which was to utilize Matakees currently, so that sort of released that pressure valve for now. And so that's why they're currently not utilizing this space. But that is the simple answer is that we went down from having the 2 gymnasiums, and this is a smaller gymnasium than what was available at those previous spaces.
Thank you. Got another question? Yes, sir.
Hi, Paul Stewart from South Yarmouth. Consulting services? Consulting services? Who are you consulting with about what?
Mr. Colby.
Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. That's a reference to a broad category for HVAC, fire suppression, other maintenance systems. We do not have the skills or technology in-house to deal with.
But you're maintaining them.
Correct.
So you have the skills to maintain them.
The consultants help us with that maintenance. We have 3 facilities staff that are not experts in plumbing or electric or HVAC or fire suppression.
Out of the entire Department of Public Works, you have no experts in those areas?
That's correct.
I find that, well, for a town that doesn't think a library is a priority, I guess I couldn't be surprised, but I am. Thank you.
Okay, I think oh no, go ahead.
I'm Daniel Reed, so I just want to move to call the question. If you're
Yeah.
doing that anyways, then I'll sit down.
Okay, we need a second to call the question? Okay, we need a vote, 2/3 vote to all in favor of calling the question. Okay, opposed? The question is called. All in favor of Article 21? All opposed? Motion carries. Article 22, which will require a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 22 is printed in the warrant.
Select Board?
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee was not required to vote on this one.
Okay. Explanation?
This article authorizes the sale of a land of low value pursuant to a bid process in conjunction with the town's policy for the disposition of town property. The lot is being transferred as unbuildable.
Questions, comments?
Excuse me, dear.
Got one in the back.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Tom Nicanello, Precinct 3. May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. We have quite a bit of land in town. I think the town owns more than 50% of itself. And this is a great thing. I'm just kind of sorry to see it took so long. And it's a shame. And I think that we have other parcels in town that we could probably transfer to maybe the neighbor or something and collect more taxes, which we apparently are very short of because we have all these projects going on. So I guess my question was, when is the last time we have a land distribution committee? When did the last time did that committee meet, Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Moderator will defer that to the town administrator, or...
Yes, thank you. That's a great question, and I can give you a little bit of a background on that the Land Disposition Committee and this parcel dates back to a special project that was initiated in the 2019 range, where the committee was formed and they studied this exact subject of identifying all of the town parcels and any ones that have no public purpose, that were small and that should be divested of from the town. And they came up with a list, and they went through the list, and they conducted a number of bids, and they divested from a whole series of properties. And there were actually 2 properties that were identified as part of that did not get, the whole bid process did not get completed. And, those were presented to me, when I arrived, and we looked at those, and we finished up the list that was prepared by the Land Disposition Committee. They have been inactive for probably 4 or 5 years now. And this is the last of those that was identified in the study that was conducted. And it is a 0.15 acre parcel, has an assessed value of approximately $10,000, and it was recommended for the town divesting in, and the Land Disposition Committee is currently no longer active.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I know that you did a lot of work on this, and we thank you very much for moving this along. That resident's been waiting way too long. And I know there's other residents that would like to have their little piece of town property, which only collects pine needles and leaves and stuff, and maybe they can pay taxes and we can get more of a tax base. Our commercial tax base has been declining for over 20 years. Our select board has on their goals economic development, but it just doesn't seem to do anything, like mostly all the other towns have gone down since like the 1980s. The last time the Land Distribution Committee met was May 12, 2020 of 22, and I believe that there's still some more land that we can, maybe take it off the tax roll. We have over 9,600 acres of town property out of the whole 17,400 acres in Yarmouth. So I think we could help these neighbors and help the rest of our residents by, easing up our tax base. Thank you.
Thank you. This requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor? All opposed? Passes by 2/3 majority. Article 23.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 23 as printed in the warrant.
Do I hear a second? Select Board?
Select Board recommends unanimously.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Explanation?
The Tourism Revenue Preservation Fund, established by special legislation, draws upon rooms and meals tax receipts. Funding is overseen by the Community and Economic Development Committee and is used to stimulate the local tourism economy through physical improvements, marketing, and special projects.
That was the explanation. Question?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Tom Nicanello, Precinct 3. I'd like to add an amendment to this, please.
Tom has submitted the amendment in writing. So, Tom, do you want to just read it and explain it?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Short-Term Moderator. Well, he wants to leave. Anyways, the amendment, Mr. Moderator, would be at the end of the sentence, and not to be used for any consultants except for economic development. So what we have here is, our tourism fund has created us a nice little niche in our community where in the spring and the fall we get to unite a little bit for our special events. We kind of live in a fractured community where in the summertime we have, triple our numbers, and it's hard for us residents to do anything. So the only time we really can do things together, like Seaside Festival, The Christmas stroll was almost lost last year because of the money being siphoned out of this account for other reasons. You know, we didn't have the Winter Carnival. The Mermaid event was postponed. You know, these things bring us together as a community for the people that live here, which is extremely important. You go July and August, you want to have dinner, you have to wait 3 hours. We don't have to do that in November and December and January. So these monies that came from that legislation helps us in the off-season to make us more of a community embracement. So this amendment is to make sure that the money goes to where the committee that's in charge of it appoints it to, and not taking it out to do a sign study. We've had a sign study since 2018. We spent $55,000 out of this account, and we have no answers to that sign study. We have gateway signs for our businesses across town that have been waiting 5 years for the new sign because it was the sign was taken out by an accident, and yet we have no new sign. We brought it up, and they're like, oh no, we'll have to do a whole new study and spend $55,000. So this amendment will allow us not to do that. Thank you.
First of all, did we get a second? Secondly, how does this affect the economic development? I guess that's the question, is how pertinent is this to the, before we discuss it or vote on the amendment itself, how pertinent is it to the actual motion?
Well, I mean, if we don't spend our money wisely on economic development, we're drowning with this wastewater system. We're right now, as a resident, paying 96% of this total town budget. When we had the Cape Cod Coliseum here, it was 15% commercial tax rate. Now we're down to 4%. So if we're going to spend any money on consultants, it better be for economic development, so it will ease our residents' tax base.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Moderator, I would just point out that, and you know, I appreciate the excellent comments that I think we all agree. This article specifically lays out, and if we could get, do we have the chart? Let's get that up there. The purposes for which these funds are going to be used in the next year, and they include the administration of the program, conducting the special events that you mentioned, specific marketing activities for the community. There is public improvements, which is required. There's a minimum required amount to be spent on public improvements under the state statute that created this, and economic development projects. There's no consultants in here other than economic development projects, and so I just want to assure you that the purposes are laid out very specifically in the article.
Thank you, Mr. Town Administrator, and we really appreciate that. This amendment just reinforces that. So as we go into the future, we don't have any consultants doing some kind of other study that's not related to economic development.
I'd like to ask Attorney Tellerman to respond.
So my, without wading into whether this is a good idea or a bad idea in terms of the amendment, my concern is about the phrase economic development in the amendment, because I think it's so subjective. I think if there was a consultant hired for any of these categories here, anyone could make an argument that it's for economic development, because the entire purpose of the special legislation is to foster economic development. So if we're hiring consultants, they are by definition for economic development. So I think that even if this passes, I don't think it changes anything, and it certainly doesn't prohibit the use of retaining experts or consultants to help foster these 5 categories, because all of those consultants would be for the purpose of benefiting, arguably, economic development. So I'm not trying to take the wind out of your sails or anything, but I don't think that it actually adds or subtracts anything to what we already have here, and I would probably be compelled, if asked by the town administrator or the select board or economic development committee, is their chosen consultant or person they're hiring to help with these services for the purpose of economic development? And my answer would almost invariably be yes. So fair for you to raise the question. I just don't think from a legal perspective it adds or subtracts anything from what is already the motion on the floor.
I think I agree. I think this is more for reinsurance purposes, and we just want to make sure that in the future, the funds are solely spent on the economic development.
Well, the article itself says what the funds are being spent for.
Yes, it does. And like I was mentioning, just a reinsurance so it can't be deviated. Thank you.
Any questions about the, Kurt, any question about the amendment? Got to be about the amendment. We're talking about we have to talk about the amendment right now.
Yeah, I think the concern is, and I don't know if I've been misinformed, but apparently there are consultants being considered or hired to do things that really aren't, in my opinion, directly economic development that are being budgeted out of tourism revenue preservation funds. And that's what Tom's point is with this amendment, is that it needs to be for what it's meant to be. I think that the tourism revenue fund has kind of lost its way without a CEDC. You got other people making decisions on what money should go where, and it really isn't in their purview. I think somebody is either ignoring or not reading the legislation that created this fund. And it's really making a mess of everything, in my opinion. And we get to every year, oh, well, you know, the tourism money's down. Does anybody say why and what should we do about it, even though we know the answers? This is why how this money is spent is very important. It goes to Tom's amendment.
Okay. Well, we need to take a vote on the amendment. And just so everybody's aware, that's what I was just going to do. I haven't fallen asleep yet. The article, it would read, or to take any other action relative thereto after these appropriations, and not to be used for any consultants except for economic development. So, anybody want to, we'll take a vote on the amendment. Chris, does that answer your question? I mean, that's what it says. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, the amendment, okay, there is a couple oppositions, several oppositions. Okay, we have a amended motion. It was approved. Yeah, pretty substantial majority. And now we have an amended motion. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'd like to throw in one more thing. You know, again, you look at the breakdown of the different expenditures within this article. We have a community bulletin board that's been broken for a year. I know many attempts have been made to fix it, but it seems like it's hopeless. Instead of consultants that are of dubious value to the tourism, that's where our money should be going. That's another thing I think, again, we need to watch where that money goes and make sure it's actually meaningful.
Okay. All in favor of the amended motion? Aye. All opposed? The amended motion carries. Article 24, CPA.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 24 as printed in the warrant. Oh, is Judy?
Select Board?
Select Board recommends 5-0.
And
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee? Okay. Somebody from CPA want to explain this?
Judith Wilczynski, Chairman of the CPA Committee. This is a required housekeeping article that's done every year at town meeting. The fiscal year 2027 CPA revenues are estimated at $2.25 million and are based on an estimated property tax levy of $83.2 million. Figures include an estimated 10% match of $205,165, including supplemental match distributions made for communities that have adopted the 3% surcharge. As required by the Community Preservation Act, a minimum of 10% CPA revenues must be set aside for each of the following purposes: community housing, historic preservation, and open space. 5% of the CPA revenues may be set aside for administration. For fiscal year 2027, the Community Preservation Committee voted to set aside 10% of CPA revenues, $225,682, for each of the three purposes noted above, and 5% of CPA revenues, $112,841, for administration.
Any questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The motion carries, yeah. Article 25, CPA Affordable Housing Projects.
Mr. Mr. Moderator, I move Article 25 is printed in the warrant.
Select Board?
Select Board recommends 5-0.
And
Finance Committee recommends 5-0.
Okay.
My name is Lee Hamilton. I'm the Community Housing Committee representative in the Community Preservation Committee, and I will present the housing warrants. Article 25, Project A, would appropriate $200,000 in CPA funds to the Yarmouth Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, MAHA, created under GLC 4455C to create, preserve, and support affordable housing at or below 80% of the area median income, AIM. The MAHT uses these funds to support various home ownership and rental housing efforts, including acquisition and rehabilitation, as well as supporting the efforts of private developers of affordable housing. Project B would repurpose previously appropriated funds in the amount of $1,179,414 from Article 15 of the 2021 Annual Town Meeting, Article 17 of the 2012 Annual Town Meeting, and Article 21 of the 2011 Annual Town Meeting to allow use for construction and acquisition of mixed-use rental housing in the Route 28 corridor. These funds had been appropriated for the buy-down program, which is no longer viable due to escalating home values. No new funds are being requested. Project C would provide $95,000 in funding to Hands of Hope, a nonprofit organization with the resources to assist Yarmouth residents with funds to pay overdue rent or to prevent eviction, or to pay first and last month's rent to secure long-term leases in Yarmouth. Project D would provide $240,000 in funding Habitat for Humanity for development of 6 affordable single-family homes for households earning at or below 80% of the area median income on an undeveloped parcel between Wood Road and Route 28. Project E would provide $360,000 in CPA funds to the Harwich Ecumenical Council for Housing to make emergency repair loans to low-income residents of Yarmouth. Repairs include such essential items as roofs, windows, siding, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems.
Thank you. Question. I think there was something big there.
I do.
Hi.
I'm not sure I'm the person to answer the question. Depends on what it is.
Maria Marasco, I think I'm precinct 8, but Basswood Historical District. I will get to a question, but I need to set it up. I believe the Community Preservation Act in Yarmouth now deserves serious review. The CPA was originally designed to preserve long-term community assets, open space, historical resources, recreation assets, and permanent affordable housing. It was intended to create lasting value for this community, not to become an ongoing operating fund for programs that give temporary relief and are in and of themselves charities. If CPA funds are increasingly being redirected toward temporary rental assistance, and I'm talking about C and E of this article, so if CPA funds are increasingly being redirected toward temporary rental assistance and recurring operating style expenditures, then I think it's incumbent upon the town to ask whether this program, too, like the Economic Development Fund, has drifted beyond its original purpose. Frankly, I believe it already has, and the broad interpretation borders on overreach. And I'm certainly not probably going to get an opinion from council here, but I think it's something that this select board need to address, because you guys promised us a $100,000 exemption a while ago on the CPA to relieve the pressure for the increase in wastewater. Well, that's gone completely out the door, because my property taxes, probably everybody here, has gone up at least $100,000 or more. So we need to figure out all these programs together, and these one-offs, the way we look at budgets and one-offs, is really doing a disservice to everybody. So if the issue is emergency rental assistance or housing stabilization, Cape Cod already has an extensive network of nonprofit charities, housing authorities, and state and federal programs, including the Hands of Hope and the DY Ecumenical Council, which my parish in St. Pius devotes a lot of time and resources separately. So my question to you is that, is this, the Board of Selectmen, are you really convinced that the money going to charitable organizations for temporary rental assistance really falls within the scope of CPA, of preserving permanent assets in the town of Yarmouth? And then, Board of Selectmen, I suppose you can take it up later, but is 3% really the right direction when you keep on asking us for more money and more money and more money? So the notable towns that do not have it are Sandwich, Dennis, Mashpee, Orleans, Wellfleet, Truro, Provincetown, Chatham, Harwich, Eastham, and they just seem to do quite well without the CPA. So again, my question is to the Board of Selectmen, do you not consider Hands of Hope and Habitat for Humanity, Hands of Hope and the Harwich Ecumenical Council, wonderful charities in their own right, and overreach of the use of our money for community preservation funds? Thank you.
Is that a rhetorical question? Does anybody want to respond to that? It's a complicated issue.
I would say that town council is here to say whether or not it's in the scope, but as far as the Board of Selectmen, it unanimously supported the article, by which I would say that we believe in what it's doing.
Okay.
Say I really don't have any respect for town council. Thank you.
Not really. I think the question, as a lawyer, was asked and answered for now, based on the motion.
I think the question was if the nonprofit support was within the scope of CPA.
The short-term rental?
Correct.
So the definition of what uses can be can gain access to CPA funds has expanded from the Department of Revenue over the years. And these programs meet the definitions and the criteria advanced by the Department of Revenue, which regulates the CPA and issues guidelines. Rental assistance programs and some of the other programs here do qualify. There are some minimum requirements that they must meet in terms of income qualification and restrictions on housing. But these programs, as they've been explained to me over the years by the Yarmouth team, do meet the minimum requirements imposed by the Department of Revenue, so they're legitimately before town meeting. The CPC is the entity that determines whether or not something is going to get to town meeting floor, and they generally check with the various organizations that run the CPA and will ask me occasionally when they need backup for that. So these programs are tried and true and meet those requirements.
Okay. Thank you. That's a great question. Sir, Mr. Saban?
Jim Saban, Precinct 7. Projects C and E. I believe in charity and giving back and taking care of others. These two articles say that with resources to assist Yarmouth residents with repair, loan, and income eligible residents of Yarmouth. What is the mechanism to ensure that this $400,000+ goes to these two charities, gets used on only residents of Yarmouth and not on people in Chatham who, according to my fellow citizen, doesn't belong to CPA and they're not participating in these particular things? So is there a mechanism to be assured that when we give $360,000 to the Howard Ecumenical Council, that $360,000 is coming back exclusively to Yarmouth, or are we sharing the wealth with everybody else that we don't have?
We should have an answer for that. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Megan Eldridge. I'm the Director of Community Development. All of the invoices and monies that go out to these two charities are reviewed by our staff. Our housing advocate looks at all of the invoices and they go through scrutiny in our office as well as the accounting office to see where this money goes to specifically. Addresses, names, we know where the money goes.
Thank you.
Yes. We only give money to those in Yarmouth.
Thank you. We're ready to take a vote on the article. All in favor? All opposed? There's several opposed, but the motion passes. Article 26. Who's going to make the motion? Go ahead.
Yes, Debbie Clark, representing Recreation on CPA. I move that Article 26 as printed in the warrant.
It's been seconded. Select Board?
5-0 recommend.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommended 4-0.
Explanation?
This article prohibits CPA funds for our recreation project. Project A would serve as a cash match to an estimated $2 million state granted to improve coastal residency, add packet land and preserve and protect the park, which includes the Veterans Memorial, and was developed using CPA funds in 2016.
Questions? Comments? Hearing none. All in favor of Article 26? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Article 27, CPA open space. Space, the final frontier.
You know, it's way past my bedtime, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, anyway, I move Article 27 as printed in the warrant.
Select Board?
4-0 and one abstention.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommended 4-0.
explanation.
Thank you. Let's see, Project A would provide $140,000 for the design and permitting of a culvert replacement under South Shore Drive and the Smugglers Beach parking lot to restore tidal flushing between Kroll Pond and Bass River. This project will improve water quality, fish passage, salt marsh habitat, and recreational opportunities in Kroll Pond. And I forgot to introduce myself. Paul Huggins, I'm the Conservation Commission representative on CPC.
Questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye. You got a question?
Kurt, there's a question. Did you have a question or a comment?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't expect to change the vote. I am in support of it. I want people to remember that we voted on this once, and we got halfway down the road and then let it crash and burn because we wouldn't spend the rest of the money. So I would hope, if anybody doesn't believe it, drive by that place and see how bad it is. I don't know what the number is. Is Rick here? No. I don't know.
He's sleeping.
You know, it's going to come time for construction. I hope people remember that and support it because this is a problem that could have been fixed many years ago, and we passed on that opportunity. We had a lot of Army Corps money, and this design phase was already done once, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. I think we'll take the vote again. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. There was an opposition. Article 28, the last CPA article.
I'm David Giannakopoulos, Historic Commission representative on the CPC.
Could you speak into the microphone? You hardly hear you.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 28 as printed in the warrant.
Article's been seconded. Select Board?
Select Board recommends 4-0 with one abstention.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommended 4-0.
Explanation?
This article appropriates CPA funds for historic preservation projects, with each item appropriated as a separate project. Project A would provide $50,000 to replace the existing rear deck, ramp, and stairs of the Yarmouth Port Library with more durable and low-maintenance materials to improve accessibility. Project B would provide $29,500 to restore, rehabilitate, and preserve the Faith Tufts Gatehouse on the grounds of the Historical Society of Old Yarmouth to store and preserve historical records, photographs, and other artifacts relevant to the town of Yarmouth. The public will be able to access the building and the records. Project C would set aside $146,182 in the historic reserve in order to meet the 10% required allocation of estimated CPA revenues in this category. These funds will be used for future historic preservation projects.
Questions, comments? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? One opposed. Before we get to Article 29, I know we have a... The what?
Did the motion carry?
Huh?
Did the motion carry?
Yeah, the motion carried. Yeah. Before we get to Article 29, I know we have a very small crowd, and I do know what time it is. I wanted to, this is my last opportunity as the moderator, and I wanted to, first of all, thank Tracy Post for the very kind comments and the selectmen. But I just wanted to take a couple minutes to recognize a few people that have just made this process really rewarding for me. You know, just go back 30 seconds to when I first started this, I had to get on the ballot. So I had to get 50 signatures right when COVID was starting. And if you recall, you would go to somebody's door and they would jump out the bathroom window. I remember going to Mark Forrest's house and I had to put the ballot sheet on a rock, and he came out and called me on my cell phone to tell me that he had signed him, and I came back and picked him up off the rock. I also presided over several with social distancing, one that we had a call for a consent agenda because we had like 30 people. Another, we had a disastrous outdoor meeting in about 45-degree blustery weather where it rained, and we were sitting under a nice comfy tent even though I was frozen to death. We had a special meeting where we had 2 articles, and We also had to postpone a meeting due to a major storm, and that's quite a process to have to postpone a meeting. So it's been quite an adventure, but I really have had, it's just so rewarding. But I especially wanted to thank Mary Maslowski. Every town in Massachusetts should be trying to get her, and she better stay here. Richard Simon, and I don't like individual shout-outs, but Richard Simon is the best finance man. This guy is really good, and his team. And I was a finance manager. I was chairman of the finance committee. He's a lot better than I ever was. Jay and his sound team, these guys are really good. And thank you so much for making this a real professional town meeting. Bob Rittenauer, and what an incredible bunch of department heads. I don't want to name check people because they're all so good. I do like to name check the police department, Chief Lennon and Chief Fredrickson before him in case I ever could stop going through a yellow light. And Paul and the tech team, I just really want to thank them for what they did. But more than anything, it's you, and plus the 500 people who left. Don't they know that there's such thing as reconsideration? I just want to really, thank you. And what I wanted to comment on real quickly is it's a little difficult when you're trying to, you want people to be able to talk, and you sometimes go, I don't know where this person is going. I cannot think of one person that didn't have the courage of their convictions, no matter if their position was supported, no matter if people thought they were, off the rails, and to stand up including in a worldwide TV audience, to stand up and speak from the heart is just so impressive. And I just want to thank the people that come out here and that you vote. You make the difference in the town. You are the legislation. So thank you. And I do remember, so I tell it to my kids, I remember an old adage that it says, vote and the choice is yours, don't vote and the choice is theirs. Just remember that. Article 29. The great Joanne Crowley, too, let me editorialize. She is the volunteer of the century.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 29 as printed in the warrant.
Select Board?
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee is not required to recommend.
Okay. Joanne?
This article includes minor amendments to the Village Centers Overlay District, VCOD bylaw, to allow developers to seek relief from front yard setbacks along Route 28 via a special permit rather than a variance. The VCOD was designed to have buildings closer to the road to help create a village center feel. To promote this effect, the VCOD village centers VC 1, 3, and 4 are subject to maximum front yard setbacks from Route 28. However, a streetscape improvement proposed by MassDOT to improve safety and add bicycle and pedestrian accommodations along Route 28 will require strip land takings of various widths of some properties along 28. This amendment allows for more flexibility for developers who have projects currently in design that may be affected by the final design of the Mass DOT projects. Kathy Williams, our town planner, has a short presentation to give you a visual of what this is. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Some of you may actually not be familiar with the Village Center Overlay District, and it starts on the left side of the screen from Winslow Gray Road and South Sea Avenue and travels eastward through the 4 villages almost till we get to Town Hall. So Mass DOT really is trying to improve the pedestrian and bicycle safety along Route 28, so they're proposing to make some improvements, and this is showing you the typical section that they're looking at. In addition to having travel lanes for vehicles, they're also going to have 5-foot shoulders, which could accommodate bikes, as well as on the north side, they're going to have a 5.5-foot concrete sidewalk, but on the south side, they're going to have a nice 5-foot green strip and also a 10-foot shared use pathway to allow for pedestrians and bicycles to use it. Mass DOT project is being designed right now from the Parkers River Bridge westward into Barnstable, and they're almost at the 75% design phase. But there's also been another project that's been initiated from the Parkers River Bridge going eastward, to match up to the Bass River project, and that has been initiated, but it's just starting with design. So this is just giving you a schematic of what we're trying to do. As Joanne mentioned, we have a 15-foot minimum front yard setback, but we also have a 25-foot maximum front yard setback, keeping those buildings close to Route 28. So this kind of shows you how you can have a nice building near 28, but have different modulations in the facade to add interest. Next slide. So when Mass DOT comes in the little blue area there, they're going to take strip takings, and it's going to vary depending on your particular property. But you can see there that we will no longer be meeting the minimum 15-foot setback, and we'll be actually creating a nonconformity, and the building will be too close to Route 28. I do want to point out that Mass DOT is waiting until they get to the 75% design phase prior to contacting property owners, but they do have a very detailed process for fairly compensating property owners. The next slide. And so this is just kind of showing you, after the strip taking, if we were able to accommodate the fact that we knew that this was coming, they could move the building back, and it would be fully conforming once the takings are in place. The next slide. So really what we're looking at is this article would allow relief from the VCOD for the maximum front yard setback. Instead of by a variance, it would be allowed by a special permit, which is easier to obtain. We also have included special permit criteria specifically referencing takings from the Mass DOT Route 28 projects. As Joanne mentioned, we're really trying to make it easier for relief for projects who are currently in design and to help avoid those future nonconformities. Just want to bring to your attention that we probably will have other future zoning amendments needed to address further impacts related to the Mass DOT streetscape improvements projects. We just wanted to get this done to help people currently in design. And if you have any questions specifically about the Mass DOT project, you can contact the project manager, Tom Courier, at Mass DOT at his email address below. Thank you.
Comment?
Christine Greeley, in West Yarmouth, Precinct 6. I take it from this that they will be actually being allowed to be moved further back, that we are currently asking them to be closer to the road. Because I'll tell you, living through the experience in West Yarmouth, that I do go into Hyannis a lot, seeing some of the things that have been allowed there and that are going on with the housing, literally sitting on top of sidewalks, is such a discrepancy between the green spaces that they had in existing buildings. It actually leads to worry. I mean, I'm afraid if someone slipped on the sidewalk on ice, they'd fall into somebody's living room in the glass window. And also for car accidents, in busy areas. So, because one of the things in taking a look at even the stretch of 28 from the Hyannis line eastward, if you just even go to Mill Creek or whatever past there, many of the properties, the businesses are there. Basically, some of them are going to lose their front parking lots even, and I'm even worried as you get down to the property that we have that was our housing project further down, the bus kiosk that's sitting there, it looks like it would disappear according to the Department of Transportation regulations. So I like the idea. Will it have any effect in terms of the back lot lines or things like that for abutters or into residential areas or anything? Or will that all be factored in, that it's correct? Thank you.
No, this is just relating to giving some relief through special permit for that maximum front yard setback to accommodate the Mass DOT projects.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Any further comment, question? Okay. All in favor of Article 29? Say aye. All opposed? The motion carries.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to adjourn.
There was a 2/3 vote.